I think, Gergo. Did you put Lewis's on that?
Yes. Final review.pdf.
All right, y'all are streaming and good to go. And Kevin, you have host back again.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Check, check, check. Hello? Test, test. Alright, so we're seeing just the camera. I don't know if I go to Zoom. I do share screen. Oh, yeah, there's just a little bit, so it's gonna sound so.
Which is fine because YouTube will give you like.
Testing full screen.
muted.
Okay. Great models. Phones already. You got that. Just introduce yourself initially.
So, hello, my name is Gary Garami, and my chosen climate change issue is storms, specifically defense, interaction, and harnessing of the wind components of storms. Storms, specifically tropical storms, have become more frequent and severe in the past few years, and specifically with the wind component of storms, but it kind of also in general, it's become crucial to create a building that interacts with storms better. Yearly devastation that's experienced by populations.
I'm just gonna try to
Yeah.
fix this.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry to interrupt.
Has made it crucial to create also infrastructure that supports communities locally. And so in being a hotel slash refuge center for our city, this building formally tries to deal with wind not only as a threat, so defend against it, but also engage it in different ways. Talking about.
We might need to just click. Yeah, I guess, right. Yeah, click.
Okay.
And then after the arrow should work.
Awesome. Talking about the regions that are most affected by tropical storms, these are coastal regions of the tropical course, and nearly all of them have experienced an increase in the number of storms as of the past 30 years. The location of my building within the city is trying to reflect that. The site is really where the city meets the water, and this is where kind of the impact of wind would be greatest. Typically for tropical storms, the wind direction is perpendicular to the coastline, off by a few degrees, of course, but that is what I've taken into consideration in designing the project itself.
Then try the arrow.
Okay. I think I might have skipped a slide, but I'm taking, I was considering several shapes in 2 dimensions, simple shapes to start out with, in order to measure kind of the resistance that they experience with wind. This is supposed to be red. I tried to fix it several times, but just imagine this is red, and basically the decrease in wind velocity shows where pressure is applied on the form. And the oval is desirable because while it has minimal like frontal impact, it also has like a medium drag rate. So other forms such as a rectangular circle will have a longer drag, creating smaller like cyclones behind them. And so just kind of a primitive diagram of fluid simulation here. I'm rounding off, I'm extruding this shape and rounding off the top so as to prevent like the strong kind of 90-degree draft that you see with many skyscrapers today due to these like harsh angles, which in this project are avoided for the most part. And so twisting this form would allow me to control the wind so as to perhaps take it away from the city a little bit and weaken it as it approaches other parts of the city. This would prevent the formation of wind canyons and like very undesirable wind conditions on the ground plane. And then extracting the top part of the form would create kind of a wind tunnel, which would be an ideal area to kind of funnel wind in and use that to harness it. This is where wind would be brought in on purpose instead of redirected within the building to use it as an energy source around the year. And then reducing the area of the building in the ground plane to reduce impervious cover, and then kind of extruding it, or I guess stretching it out would be a better word, on the top to give it a little bit more surface area throughout was the last step in form finding for the building. Talking about the structure, there's a dual core. One of the critiques from the midterm that I did was that the core was too complicated. So this is just a row of elevators that becomes more, I guess, thin as you go up to the upper floors. And basically, there's two kind of independent tower clusters, which reflects the program of the building. So here talking about the dual core, the floor plates throughout, and then kind of a base, which at the ground plane curves down, so pedestrians aren't like experiencing extreme updraft when they walk next to the building. And then in terms of the skeleton, there's a system of twisting columns and horizontal braces, which provide kind of a first defense for the building against wind. And then a curtain wall in between the two towers, and then a truss on top to where the two towers diverge to keep the glass up, as well as the bearing wall that you see extending up all the way and capping both of these masses. In terms of the skin of the building, the transparent glass is used in the middle part where the curtain wall is present between the two tower masses, as well as some balcony insets on the skin of the tower massings themselves, so as to break up a little bit this like glazing like type of surface on the skin, as well as to provide some outdoor balconies for users. And then opaque glass is used everywhere else for the towers, skin of the towers themselves, as well as this kind of entry condition, a skirt, where the columns kind of are brought down, and that's where the building meets the site. In terms of skin details, the middle part with the curtain wall opens up when there's not a storm. It can bring in wind. This can be controlled remotely, so you can kind of control what amount of wind you would like to let in and on which floors. With defense, there's kind of these setback balconies, always preceded by the columns. And for harnessing, this is a new technology called wind oscillators. By the time that this project is supposed to be built, which is 2050, I would expect like a large amount of progress be made. Basically, these are kind of like paper plane shaped rotating members that have a fixed top point always following the direction of the origin of the wind. And this fixed top point oscillates to create energy, thus harnessing the wind, creating a skin that moves. On the ground level, we have a restaurant and cafe on the northern side of the building, the lobby, which extends into the atrium upwards, and a reception for, I guess we don't have a reception for the hotel, right? It is stuck. And for the typical floor plan, the taller tower massing, which is the northern part, serves as a hotel room kind of tower with the atrium in the middle, which proceeds all the way down to the lobby, and then apartment suites, which are slightly bigger than the hotel rooms. You can see this difference in these details where the area of 2 hotel rooms would equal the area of 1 apartment suite. And so these apartment suites, whenever there is a storm event, can be used for recovery shelters for families in need. They can move in, otherwise the hotel can be making profits the rest of the year. And in section, you can see this atrium kind of going down in the tower massing, and perpendicular to that, there's a set of 3 atriums with the central one and the ones corresponding to each tower massing, with each floor having access to the one below. So the traveling of sound in terms of recovery is important. And then also these would provide air circulation throughout the building. And then I guess the goal of this project at large is to create a more ideal condition than would be possible with another block building, kind of breaking up the one that is accessing the city, while at the same time providing, some interaction with it when there's no debris, 100-mile-an-hour debris floating around the air during a storm event. And then here's the building kind of in action, also serving as a recovery center. As I said, I think the main goal programmatically is to provide kind of infrastructure for community recovery. And that is all I have. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I have to start. It's you talk about a lot of different aspects, right? And like now, how we enter a discussion on what's important for you for the high rise or for the structure. I think it's always like it starts to get interesting what it does new in a way in the high-rise topology, and or like when you alter that form, that what you in a way create differently than just in a way looking at just excluded from the exterior or like a pattern, which has the distinct scale of the high-rise. So that would be for me this kind of ideas of atriums or like kind of like spatial conditions which are not cellular, which somehow speak about an interior in the building. How you actually begin to group or like, I mean, the difficulty in a high rise is that you come out of the elevator and you go to your flat. And so there's not a single interaction with anyone in the building. Or in your case also, the lobby is quite small, quite tiny also. So I would assume that actually most of the residents arrive in the garage, and direct from the garage go, for example, up. And okay, like what you could now do, like that you it was create an additional economic value for that, like are there areas which could be differently used than just like renting this as a hotel room. So which is hotel comes also with conference spaces, restaurants. So that this would be inviting now and opening up the building in some parts. There could be additional programs you could have.
Right.
So so now, like for example, when you get some strategies how you split the building, or you have like the ECB tower in Frankfurt, so you get this kind of distortion atrium. But what you now do that you face the elevators actually through this. Okay, so the typical strategy for hotels, just think about Portman lobbies, Hyatt hotels mostly. I think Houston is a big one. I think Austin is also yeah. So where now, like you for example, would now flip the elevators between like the corridor or waiting zone with the elevator. Then you would, for example, in the elevator, you would in a way rise up. So you could more orchestrate that space.
Right.
So that I'm orchestrating that, or that I'm even setting back the elevator more, that I get actually a room there.
I see.
Or that not like so you would more. But of course, I think it's already out of the scope of the 3 months when I see it for what all of that. So I'm more teasing out like what I see as potentials.
I see.
So that's one aspect which might be very interesting. When I see what begins to work, and also when I read now what you make of those balconies. So I know for sure it reminds me a lot like the Gherkin for sure, you know, the Fosters, which
Right.
also with the wind study and so on.
Right.
So when they begin the tessellation of facade, so there you have actually the whole kind of floor plan begins to torsion that.
Right.
And what you get as a result is actually, you get always like what's torsion actually is the atrium zone.
I see.
That's similar like what you get, that there's like a setback, or like, of course, you need glass, like because of wind and so on, like this can be just something like a winter garden or like already climated zone. But in the facade, you see this already because the light just simply, it's getting much more darker, huh? Because it has much more depth that space. So if there's different reflection, different kind, you even would not need this opaque glass with that kind of difference. It would be just over this different depth that would see in the Gerke actually. That's already enough that is completely visible even from
Right.
far, those kind of moments.
I see.
So this could be, one is that you say also, because as I understand, I mean, with such a volume, actually between, it's not like one unit like between two of those columns.
No, yes,
No?
so for this side, it's more one unit between like three, and for the other side, that's less visible, it is one unit between
And then
columns.
they're quite luxurious, though, yeah? Must be like 300 or so square meter or 3,000.
I don't,
I
I
do
don't,
agree with Colin.
If you go to the floor plan.
right,
Where you have-
I don't think I don't think they should be 300 square meters.
Because what you could also alter, you say,
Exit.
you want to make a mix of hotel and kind of apartments living, or this, of course, when you think more contemporary, so there's a lot of now housing models where you get also a service in the house, or like a hotel doesn't mean like night to night, but can be also year by year or so. Like different kind of living concepts.
Right.
So, but then it could mean that, for example, like when you anyhow have the setback with balcony, that's for example like a two-level
Mhm.
kind of apartment thing.
Yeah.
That, for example, like you use now also with that you get a kind of really winter garden, you can put like bigger plants, like a small tree or so, you know?
Right, so a little bit
So-
more variation.
Yeah, and so like, hey, you would just amplify that what you anyhow make with this balconies for creating actually a bit larger pockets. Because I think now that they're really quite luxurious when you think of a depth. Now, like, I mean, the question is now what you do with the second atrium, or like
Interior.
this kind of thing, no? How
Right.
you use that?
I think that one, the potential of that one especially is, for example, during recovery, if you're stepping out of your unit, you don't have a walkie-talkie, you're an average person and you're trying to convey information. The easiest way to do that would be through the atrium to communicate. Also it like,
Do you have a smartphone?
I mean, yeah, but whose smartphone, has not turned off during the storm or like hasn't worked during the storm?
But is it an event more than 20 years or something?
I guess that could be a good point.
It just seems like as a driver for constructing it, maybe that shouldn't necessarily, I mean, because that's occupying a pretty large percentage of the floor plate to just be a kind of backup communication.
Right.
So I
Yeah.
think that it's more of an observation of an opportunity. Not necessarily, because I think what Daniel may be talking about, I mean, you can see it a lot on right now, the kind of extrusion back for the balconies is an operation of the exterior volume and skin.
Yes.
Whereas if you disassociate the floor plates and let them kind of operational, maybe still twist and even stagger and pull off the glass, you'll create kind of volume between. So maybe it's more of like, as it was set up, instead of thinking of it as a volume that's sliced, it could be an exterior tube within an interior tube, but then that could be sliced as a way to kind of pull off of that surface and allow for, some of this square footage to maybe pull in and you'd lose it there and then you'd gain essentially this condition, but in between the exterior, like closer to the glass, so that it could also be a way to convey light.
I see. I think I understand.
Just as a potential opportunity to like take it further, so it's not, so I think what you saw probably initially was the overall mass was kind of, monolithic and just being a solid blade surface, and then you started to have to employ another operation of extruding back to
Right.
gain that exterior space.
Yeah.
Maybe that adds also to the previous comment about the atrium being too tight. Maybe if you take that one, put that other atrium, you have one significant and working atrium instead of having 3 atriums that look kind of tight,
Mhm.
you know?
I see.
Celebrate the atrium once and celebrate right instead of having 3 atriums that are like kind of working.
Right.
And then you could have stacked the core instead of a linear bar, you could maybe have consolidated and pulled back into that 7 atrium.
I see. I think
I think that's the
I
challenge
think
too
that's
with this
okay.
geometry. It's like the core doesn't have to be orthogonal either. Like it will be good to explore different setup or like maybe you share that out. You could change from orthogonal.
I
But
remember the discussions though, in talking about, like, I think looking at a typical floor plan, it's maybe easy to say, oh, you just slide the core over here, but I think we're forgetting probably the complexity of the twist. It's hard to
Yes.
steer a kind of
Right.
fixed chamber through or core through
Right.
that, so I understand a little bit of challenge there, but yeah. that's-
and I think to the outcome for the atrium to be significant and occupied needed to be represented in a section. I think a section is a little bit weak.
I
Can you
see.
get into this section?
Yeah.
Like that needed to be occupied with people, like looking down the atrium.
Yeah, that's
The other
such a
units,
significant
That
space.
section is super crucial to.
The other
Okay.
section.
This one?
Oh, this is the internal.
Yeah. So
Yeah, this
main-
one is one of the internal ones.
The main atrium.
This one. Let me get the one with the detail.
I mean, it's generally the question, when you have 3 atriums, like why generally you stay with such a conservative footprint of them? Like you actually, you're setting back from all sides from your plot.
Right.
So, and when you have an atrium, usually it means simply also you have a different organization, a different way of getting daylight. And you just take the new Zaha tower, like there's also a distortion thing. Is it Shanghai?
Shanghai.
Shanghai, no? So when you see there that they use actually, in more or less the high-rise is like twisted slabs.
Right.
And the atrium is really like this, has a diameter of 40, 50 meters. It's like this thing has the whole building is like half meter. Like
Right.
there would be there's the classical kind of plot diameter in a downtown division. No? So but then would be, for example, when you show the other section, then you have there's a lot of high-rise or hotels and high-rises. But when you go please to the other section, what you show actually is a kind of lobby space.
This one?
Which begins like on a, whatever, what's the 10th floor or something.
Over here.
So, which is actually, when you think about it, a hotel is always great to have a lobby in a hotel. Because then you have a very orchestrated space, it's for restaurants, it generally gives image to the hotel. It's not just the whole high-rise, a hotel is mostly too huge. Just in square meter, because it would mean you need 3,000 beds or something.
Yeah.
Which is, and as you see, like all those big things that they're on the airport, they're mostly struggling anyhow. So, but now you would have a lobby in the middle, and down, like, you would more like, I don't know, shopping or some more frequented spaces. And because also to water, I go in the evening and go out in the morning. Or I have conference rooms, so it would be also that in the most frequent, I put them on the bottom or like then you have this on the top, for example. And so on, and if it would, you know, if you would have more width, so you get actually 3 buildings in one.
Yeah.
There could be also 3 different programs which somehow circulate around this atrium.
I see.
Maybe helps the core too, so it doesn't have to have the full twist. You have a transfer elevator, so you have a sky lobby for the hotel and then the retail.
Right?
Yeah.
And so you might understand is like high-rise is a very complex theme. And don't take this now, but you also took a very linear narrative.
Right.
And in our stance, you need as a designer, you need a trigger to get in a way like a theme for the design. But in the end, the building is I mean, it's just a theme or a character for building, but it has so many different things to speak. So you have always like in a multiple way to overlay that kind of what you had as an initial trigger. Now could also say, okay, you have a quite smooth shape, and you talk always about wind flows.
Right.
But if it's a tropical storm, I would also argue that you have quite a huge problem with water. With rainwater, which you could easily say, hey, that this shape like very nicely funnels actually water. And now I would like to see actually the swimming pool or lake or something.
Yeah,
Or
I have,
whatever, you see like when you open yourself.
yeah,
uh,
yes.
yeah.
I do have, there's a water retention pool. I think it's shown on both of the plans, but on this side where you see the base coming down, kind of meeting the ground plane, it extends down into this retention pool.
It's not there.
Yeah,
You talk with drawings.
Let me,
we cut in a section, but not sure.
But look, in a section is on the cut, huh? Like if you want to
Yeah.
talk about it, just put it there.
okay,
It's in the plan, but especially if it's an excavated, like, that would be good, that would be, so.
right.
Great to show the direction of water and then the excavation in the ground plan. So that's something that's maybe an update to your, before you put this in your
Yes.
portfolio. I think you did talk about water collection as part of it, but I think it's missing. in the
Right.
design.
And that's crucial, I think, because you're cutting it through the section, but it's not showing up in the section, so it feels like the two drawings are not coordinated, so make sure it shows up.
Well, I think
Right.
maybe we need to,
Move on.
Okay.
yeah, thanks for
Thank you.
being on, appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm having trouble deleting it because of the
If it
bar.
does, fine.
It's fine.
It's
Just
fine.
switch it to the next person.
Okay.
Person.
I have them all.
Very good luck.
Okay, so for my project this semester, I chose to focus on the urban heat island effect as an environmental like phenomenon to respond to.
Ready to click on this one, sorry.
So with the urban heat island effect, basically, we've noticed that a lot of cities are becoming increasingly hotter than the like rural regions that surround them. And, they have a huge amount of like impermeable surfaces. There's not really much access to like cool areas. And so then when a heat wave rolls through, a lot of cities are starting to experience like more deaths from heat strokes and, things like power going out from like huge amounts of AC being used because of how inefficiently like everything is designed. Oh shoot.
Yeah, might just be a big- I don't know why that's such a delay.
Spoilers.
Maybe she's the.
Use a keyboard.
Yeah. Yeah, so like the kind of things that contribute to that are, the ways that typical city surfaces work is you have these huge glass buildings that are trying to reflect as much heat away from them as possible, but then it ends up reflecting a ton of heat down onto the street where pedestrians are, and also it increases the cooling costs for other buildings that are around them. And then you also notice that these buildings tend to like trap heat between each other in these canyons and like absorb like heat across the day. So like the things that can sort of help offset that are having surfaces that are reflecting heat up and away, and also having like vegetation in the city. It can absorb a lot of solar radiation, but also cool the air around it too. Another thing I looked at with UHI is how the way that cities like tend to get hotter over time is that they absorb a lot of this heat during the day into like structures that have a lot of mass, like into the concrete or into the heavy slabs of buildings, and then they just release it at night. And so long after summer is over, like these cities can still be really hot. So like my main investigation for like how to respond to this was with the skin of my building. So I looked at this, or what I came up with was this fin system that basically it stops a solar radiation from getting reflected down to the ground, and it tries to like modulate, or it modulates how like how heat is able to like, or solar radiation is able to enter the building.
It's a louver system, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's this like louver system that, well, this double skin system that will absorb a lot of the heat like into these fins rather than into the actual skin of the structure. And I've like varied up the lengths and depths of them to, you know, for different like sides of the building. Oh, shoot. Yeah, so basically, like the main other thing that I like, or sorry, so for the project, like for the actual program, I chose to do one office tower and a residential tower. The office is on the right and the residential on the left, and it creates this green corridor that runs between the two of them. And this is like responding to this UHI issue by creating this safe space that exists in the city where people can, you know, walk for like 260 feet of just shaded space. And it's also this like community area with lots of like greenery and vegetation, and like a market that's like inspired by like a lot of Asian like street food markets that I've seen. And I actually forgot to mention the climate that my building is set in is in a like hot, humid climate. Like mainly I was looking at Mumbai as like the sort of type of location it is based on. So here on the right, my office building, it's on the south side. And you see that the south facing skin is really shallow, and it's mostly like self-shading because the sun angle can be like really high and steep, like during high noon. But then later in the day, that self-shading is not like as important because the other buildings that surround the building will kind of like shade each other. So that's why it's at such a steep angle. But then on the northern side, it opens up a lot more and like creates a lot more variety of like spaces that exist. So like looking closer at those balcony spaces, I have these really like thick slabs that can hold the like substrate for a lot of these plants. And they also divide up these office spaces into chunks. So you could theoretically have a company that maybe has 1 or 2 floors, or maybe all the floors in a chunk. And so it kind of feels like this like shared community space where the office, you know, you kind of share your own private balcony with like, you know, a few other offices. And I think that like creates like a really interesting, like better work environment. Yeah, so just like looking at my program like more in detail here, you can see on the north side is the lobby for the residential tower, along with like some amenities like a gym, you know, a cafe, and then this like food market space. And then on the south side, there's a like large sort of entry lobby space for this office, and then kind of a like shared workspaces, like lounge type area. And then sort of separate from that are these retail spaces that are cover multiple floors. And I think that that just sort of contributes more to like making this corridor a community space. Yeah, and then in the residential tower, the units are all facing, they're all facing north mostly, like they're all very opened up on the north side. with these covered balconies. And they, on the south side, they kind of have this like patio, you know, that runs down the front of all of the units. And it's sort of protected by the fins that are like on the outside. And yeah, you can also see how the office floor plate, like how there can be a lot of variety in the balcony sizes. And yeah, so that's basically the, like, if you know, summing it up, it's like my project is about breaking up like the typical urban forms that contribute a lot to UHI by integrating like vegetation as much as possible, and also using this double skin to like respond to the like particularly like hot humid environment that the building is set in, you know, to like control the way that heat is like moving into the building. And that's my project.
Very nice, the renderings are very nice.
Thank you.
I mean, when you think about this kind of more vernacular structures in tropical, we say this also tropic climate.
Yeah.
or humid. So when you think about like Indonesia or like South Asian kind of vernacular structures,
Yeah.
so then they use one is kind of like this bit like multi-layer, like very porous structures
Mhm.
that a lot of wind in a way. That's also true. So you want a lot, of course, everything works in ventilation. But then also in itself, the buildings are so they turn on that the roofs actually mostly they're like vents inside. So
Yeah.
like you always like you try yourself with the building shape to create like wind flows or to soak in away the air or like to stimulate more anyways ventilation. So which is also good because it means, I mean, still like you reflect or like you this kind of panels that heat up, but through like artificial like additional kind of wind air circulation, and maybe this also helps
Yeah.
cool and so on. And now you have this in your project you have this power zone, which I mean like it's not in itself becoming like its own building. So yeah, it's like 1-2 meters in depth. So I would
Yeah.
assume that this also in a way creates this kind of ventilation effects, which is quite nice. So there's like you're not talking about that, but I think you get this actually that you have actually on a facade where you use this actually also for climate control. I think you can use that generally for different kind of climate system in your building, because like you could also say that I know like air goes here in, and then I'm using this actually for here for venting it actually into the building. So like you show that you need that thickness for kind of trees or so, or like you make this terracing. But what you do actually then on the rest of the ceiling with that extra kind of thickness. Like, I think the overall the ceilings they would every ceiling would have actually thickness. And usually like when you have like look at here, you have always like 1 meter is actually ceiling with duct shafts and so on. If you clap this, so actually in the higher section you have easily 1 meter. In China you make 1.5. And but you can use it. So I like that you say at first I check up the building that I say is always like a package of 3 levels, and this in itself I take as its own also maybe like climate thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I really like the idea of like, I mean, you're kind of like, that's kind of what I was thinking, like, yeah, it's almost like its own little building, like its own like space that is dealing with the environment in like a unique way.
Yeah, and I think like this you begin on one hand, you say there's this kind of balcony or like there's a you're already opening up to more themes than just this kind of heat reflection. And I'm looking now also for additional layers in the way how it performs in the building. And that makes okay, like, okay, now like not only reflection, I'm taking another environmental feature in, and I can do, and I would now further search now what more it helps. And you had the same like on the, I like that you intentionally talk about the interface, so like how really the building comes down and that it's like a kind of plaza or like that you make a kind of city space, which is also is a traditional, very classic kind of strategy actually to build taller or to make as a developer something which the city usually the zoning would not agree.
Yeah,
Then you build also, you provide this kind of public zone, so you talk about this safe space or this kind of shaded. And for that, actually, the city would allow you to build taller or something. Yeah? So there's a very simple argument actually for really that this is economically or like really feasible in that. But I would like now the section looks much better than this year. Here you cover just a little area. And this can be really like when you talk about the market, then think really about this kind of food courts or food truck plazas. So I think this would be much more urban, much more with benches and so on, like such kind of
Yeah, I think to that exact same comment, like you were saying, this is the shaded area. I see that this is getting a lot of sun, there's no people, so it feels counter the argument that you're putting. So when you're like putting an image or rendering, make sure it follows what you're saying. Like this needs to be covered. My opinion, with more people, more market, more active spaces. Right now, it feels like the sun is so hot in here that the buildings are not working the way you want it to work. It should be shaded. Shaded or
Because I think in some of your analysis, you found that the vegetation was a surface that could absorb heat better than, not hold on to it and
yeah,
through your transevaporation actually cooled it a bit. So I think there could be both an increase in the amount of, light shown in the section, there's the one moment in the middle that bridges across. So
yeah,
maybe proportionally there's more of that. And then anywhere that that's not happening, especially like right here, this looks like kind of what you're trying to avoid in terms of like
yeah,
heat island, huge reflective absorber.
exactly. That's it. Exactly.
So
what I'm looking at.
So then it's almost like you would remap your building's kind of heat island hotspots and then make sure that that's a spot that is getting vegetation if you're finding that to be another solution to aid in that. So I think you could, instead of having the entire middle be a planter, not necessarily that's what you have here, but like if you are utilizing the plants as a way to combat, absorption of heat, come up with another strategy to provide the cover, and then you can have that populated and more urban, and then make sure that areas that are receiving full sun maybe do get the vegetation to try to combat that.
And you want your building to do the shading part and not someone else do these little canopies that you're doing. That's decoration, that's you want your building to do that, not someone else add that to your building. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
But also, I think at the moment, it seems that you need more space than for that what you want to do on the ground floor.
yeah,
But you do here this kind of bridges, so like you put already the stair up. And there's even another level. So actually you have 3 levels of plaza, which you could orchestrate. And for example, when I'm a park or recreational area, you would easily put it more up there, say, less people access this. So you would simply like that what you have now on functional, say, hey, I want actually more market, I want to have more green, but you have this three layers of free, not like zones, so we could easily have this. And with that, I think that also that much larger also articulated or more easily for that. Yeah.
I think it's good, the louver system, thinking of a balance comment, they can even close out in case of a rain here, they automatically close, so you're not getting wet and all that stuff. Or they getting closer to diverge, going into different directions, there's potentials with this system. And that could add another layer.
We go to the zoom in section, I think, and another comment that Dana had that I think is interesting to potentially pull into this is, I guess it's not, maybe go to the other one. Sorry, I thought it was a big show here, to the large section. But where they were kind of talking about opportunities of, you know, as this gets funneled, like this to return back, but then the actual glass line might also, then that's operable so that you are controlled, like pushing wind in. So instead of the glass being kind of held fully kind of vertically in the same position, it might start to push and pull in to then funnel air that's kind of rising up through the internal interstitial space too.
Well, it's like I kind of started to explore something like that in the plan, but maybe not in the way, I didn't think of that when I was doing it, but yeah, that could be a way to start like thinking of it that way.
Yeah.
I mean, in reality, of course, if that would be not part of the square meters, like the water facade. But it's also part of like you chose now a metal truss system.
Yeah.
Which also for, you speak about the ecological project and then you work with metal.
Yeah.
And
That was like something I really was difficult. Like I don't know. It was really difficult to think of how to like solve that.
just use a timber.
Well, I guess I didn't really know if it would be like, or yeah, like if you could have wood exposed like that for like hundreds of feet, like for hundreds of feet like that, like would it?
Trees are exposed.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah. I think it would be a problem. It's just like no one did it yet. Before also, wood was more expensive than steel. Was before. Like that's such kind of laminated trusses that you could use to stand. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that.
All right, thanks. Steve?
I think it's easier to toggle with the keyboard than
Yeah.
the mouse.
Let me just. Do many arrows. Perfect.
Cool. Hi, I'm Eleanor Musier, and the environmental crisis that I wanted to tackle was water pollution. So as of 2020, 2.2 billion people worldwide do not have reliable access to clean water. And it's projected that by 2050, about half of the world's population will be living in a severe water crisis. And this is especially an issue in cities throughout China, India, the Middle East, and the amount of trash and air pollution that's collected in rainwater means that about 70% of the surface water is just unusable it's just unusable. And water pollution is also an issue in cities closer to home. So for example, this is Austin, and the nearest water treatment plants are 2 miles away from the city center. And most of the water treatment plants are far outside of that radius. So with these issues in mind, my project wants to tackle urban water pollution. In this theoretical city, clean water is scarce, and you need to collect and filter it within the building that it's going to be used in. So my building combats water pollution by harvesting the rainwater from the facade and runoff from the surrounding city, and then filters and retains it in a vertical constructed wetland system. So I want to introduce you to this constructed wetland typology. It's already being used to filter and detain massive amounts of water. For example, this is the Hotan Park in Shanghai, and it filters about 500,000 gallons of water a day. This system works by intaking polluted water, taking out large debris and pollutants, so basically trash, and then reoxygenating the water and taking it through a series of filtration steps in which plants extract different materials from the water, different pollutants, and then aerate water once more, stabilize it, and take it through the final series of filters. And the result is clean and usable water. Now, how does this apply to a building? First, it begins with water intake. So the idea is that my building not only filters water from itself, but it filters water from the surrounding city too. The mass of the building started off as just another city on the block. But my building in particular, I started by shearing off the faces at an angle at the top to allow for water, like water capture, and at the bottom to allow for people to enter. Then I identified nodes where I wanted to collect water and extruded these nodes to provide slopes along which water will flow and be filtered. And then from here, I stepped the slopes back to allow for sort of the wetland typology to be superimposed onto a skyscraper. Now getting into how the building actually functions. So the skin has a very important function. It collects and directs rainwater to the first step in the filtration process. So you can see sort of like the triangular panel grid. Along the triangular grid, there are mullions, which actually they're angled to direct water to the next first step of the wetland system below. And then the system continues down the building in the same fashion as we saw it continue down the river earlier. So it goes through the same exact steps, sort of cascading down the facade. And again, the result is clean, usable water that can be redistributed back to the buildings that it was collected from and can be used inside of the building itself. Looking at the program a little bit, it's mixed use, so it's residential at the top, offices on the bottom, and the amenity and filtration spaces, they're concentrated at the top and the bottom of the building, but you can see that they really, trace along the sides, trace through the interior. They're sort of sprinkled throughout. And looking at the plan, here you can see the main entrances of the building. This is the main access point, and there's a lobby which goes up to the office spaces. And then there's a secondary entrance here for the residential spaces and sort of an open community amenity space. Here is the typical office floor plate. So you can see the interaction between the wetland systems that are in the building and the use of the spaces itself. And you can also see like the very basic structure of the building. So it's a core with a column grid, and it needs sort of the basic stability to be able to function. And then here's the typical residential floor plate. The same idea, interaction between the living spaces and the wetland system. And then here, looking at this section, here you can see one feature which I've not discussed yet, and that is that the wetland system actually continues through the interior of the building in the same series of steps. And here you can also see the monumental scale of this. It looks sort of small in the diagrams I've been showing you, but the wetland system, according to my calculations, should be able to filter 135,000 gallons of water. And here's a zoomed in section, really showing the interaction between the living spaces and the system itself. So this is sort of a zoomed in residential and amenity space of the building. And then here is a rendering of it at sort of nighttime. It's really hard to see, actually. It's very dark, but you can sort of see the landscaping coming down the side here, so that the terracing actually continues out onto the street level where people can interact with it in their day-to-day lives. And that's really the theme of this building, is that it takes this functional filtration system and makes it more accessible to people so that they can interact with it and live with it. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Awesome, cool building. I like the idea.
Thank you.
And now you conceptually position this water basins. That's all. I'm not sure about the diamond or it's so strong or such a rich idea. It makes a very rich kind of sectioning. Or I guess this is your one. Yeah.
It is.
So there's kind of additional kind of diagrid on the facade.
Mhm.
This is, I think now getting too much. I think it's left over from some other stuff.
Okay.
So, but I mean, I will try to think this further. So you say 130,000 gallons per day, and per person, person, how many gallons you have per person? You would say for how many
I don't
people is
remember off
that?
the top of my head.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
For how many buildings this would be enough? To feed?
I believe I calculated it for 9. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and check.
Like, is it 3 buildings or 20? Like something in that range?
I think I calculated it for the surrounding 9 buildings.
9.
Yeah.
So you would, okay, and then that density would be really enough for, okay. And sometimes, I mean, now you, okay, this was the brief, you focus this on the, to have this on the facade.
On the facade and through the
And
building.
these are now like they're used as garden elements.
Some of them, yes. There are different plants actually depending on like which filtration step it is.
Yeah.
So for example, like the subsurface filtration levels where water trails through the dirt, that could be used as like a community garden space because of the type of plants that do that type of filtration.
I mean, of course, like, I think it can, or like, if it's the more protected zone on the interior as well, so you could easily use this also for food production.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yes.
what I don't see yet in the section 10, which is like, is for example, fishes,
Yeah,
usual aquaponics now, like for filtering also, and the same as like alternative for aquaponics and so on. So that could be an extension.
Mhm.
But also, why not then having a swimming pool? I mean, as a human, I can also swim in those.
yeah.
Like you can much more extended. So is you say like, hey, you want to provide this interaction. So it would be interesting now when you have a kind of natural swimming pool at some point. Also. So it's not like I think it's very opening for really programmatically what to do with that.
Or maybe it's the last layer where you say clean, and that is actually where you're gonna sort of kind of-
There's a movement towards natural swimming pools where you have constructed wetland instead of chemicals. And I think it's an interesting comment to think about, at what point do you trade leasable square footage in this building to expand, so it's a catch for 27 buildings instead, and at what point do you sacrifice, like the occupiable space to, really expand this so it's functioning more productively, and then also more just dramatically in terms of giving someone, so they're almost living in a garden, because the scale of the well, so if you go to the section, it seems the overall section, maybe. Like if, it just seems like the proportions of these compared to, that maybe wants to be challenged a bit, or, because I think the argument's compelling enough that it's like you want to push this to its almost extremes in terms of its function.
And I think that's a dagger we're missing, because I remember the first time you showed the model, it was on the top level and it was taking like 10 levels of it. And then it's like, then what you're doing, you're putting everything at the top, you're not interacting to it. But you decided to divide this in a cluster, which I think is smart, because now you have more floor plates to occupy. So that diagram of comparing, like what happens if I just put on the top or just put on the bottom, and that same volume I distribute around the tower, it's key for us to understand. Yes, that is the amount of volume, because I agree with Daniel, it's like, it feels short on the volume amount of water. For 9 buildings, I expect a lot more water.
Okay.
But I would also expect that it's much more performative water. That's actually this kind of water plant. is directly for, let's say, threat or really more. When you think like the economic argument, like when you say, hey, it's too less for area, I would then add, yeah, but I'm not renting for people this building. Like that's the way it gets interesting when this in itself is made it more productive. At first, the space is much more valuable when it's really turned into something very luxurious, like these kind of water gardens in the sky. So the complete, so this is one path. Another path is with like you say, it's a kind of urban gardening kind of thing, and say well, it integrates also with restaurants, or you know, it's a lot of has a do with imaginary. But also think about this with energy storage. I mean, that your pumping is up, but also it runs down, so it means that actually there's a gravity battery.
Go back to a diagram where it shows the whole places.
Yeah, because it's like a water tower, you know, it's pumped up in kind of low surge moments, and then you're capturing the cascade down. Yeah, there's a generation of just the.
I mean, in terms of cost, maybe it's also a side thing because, I mean, when you look to Asia, like what you build very ordinary is a high rise. So not because it's the cheapest way to provide housing, but just here's like it's very expensive because you build a high rise downtown and you have to pay for the plot. So if that would stand somewhere. Or like some suburbia or so, and you would get this out of the equation.
Yeah.
So,
Well, also, you know, I would only speculate, but you know, there's also a trade-off of the amount of cost to pipe all that water out and the maintenance of an entire wastewater system network. A distributed, like, you know, there's a benefit of just as an infrastructural piece being distributed in terms of, you know, it might end up being a wash, just the savings of controlling a full kind of gravity pipe network to the outside of the city.
But I think the argument is very interesting, is bringing those two together in one building. Pretty interesting to talk about.
Yeah,
Because you do show that most cities, the treatment is outside the cities, so they have to pump it all the way outside. So I think that to the idea of pumping it back.
I mean, it's overall is an interesting discussion, like when I see that we turn away from modernist infrastructures, where usually in city you would everything what is ugly you would separate and hide, you know? And when you think it ecological, you would try to integrate or think it holistic. So when you argue that for in a performance also of living model, so it's a completely different level, and I think that has a lot of do like the kind of images, how you would describe this kind of life. So these are actually this is separated water through the building, like kind of hanging down.
terraced constructed.
Yeah, maybe you can run through it.
Yeah, basically the idea is that it's a set of like terrace constructed wetlands that filter water like through the facade and through the building.
Run through the whole deck.
Oh, the whole deck.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Rapid fire. And we're catching.
Okay, so basically water pollution is an issue in cities. That's freezing on me. Constructed wetland systems are a viable way to address it in an outside context. My building in particular, it addresses this by collecting water, identifying nodes on the surface, using that as the basis for a terrace system. And then the skin directs water towards the first step of these wetland systems that decorate the facade. And then the same steps as the horizontal system are repeated in the vertical system along the building. And then the clean water is distributed back to the city. It's a mixed use building, so offices on the bottom, residential on the top. Here's the site plan, the office floor plan, and typical residential floor plan. And then this is a section cut through the building, so you can see that the system like goes through the building. It's not just on the facade. There's a zoomed in section, so you can actually see like how people interact with the system. Here's sort of a nighttime rendering and a rendering of the building in use.
Great, thank you. This one?
Yes, it is.
So, and just the important kind of brief, so the studio is looking at kind of ideas of towers, if you are free from the developer-driven model and trying to base around some sort of ecological performative driver as opposed to just kind of return on these square footage. So these models were from kind of the design five. Speculation.
Yeah.
And these models are from kind of neighborhood views, so the structure of the studio was initially doing kind of research into the system and then thinking about massing through the lens of a kind of skeletal, more structural frame. So, yeah. Well, yeah, so I think what we were saying was just, I think this is exciting. It seems, feasible in a sense that it's a different typology of the building. It's truly infrastructural, amenitized. So there's a kind of intersection between a infrastructural city or federal kind of system, and then actually an occupiable amenity, whether it's at kind of residential garden scale, or if this starts to deform and to become, larger scale kind of public garden amenity. So I think those are some kind of interesting projections of how this could even continue to evolve, and maybe there would be a range of typologies if you imagine deploying this across the city. Each of the kind of urban catchments of the grid, some maybe work with a mixed use typology, others could be a true kind of public vertical stacked park. It'd be really interesting to kind of think about integrating the distributed infrastructure to different technologies.
Now we look to on the right, like it doesn't work yet. Like there's this kind of bridges, they're always disconnected. That's water based. So you would actually, next step would be to have a 3D like spirals or something. They have continuous. You would need them continuous already for the farm, for the plant ecological cycle. It's like when you look up Kenya, the architect who makes like kind of like vertical gardens. For sure, the architect makes highlights for good integrated. One of his main lessons is that these landscapes have to be integrated or continuous. Simply already for butterflies, bees, like all the frogs, all that actually these plants. They don't survive when they are just literally just plants. So, but it's like a very beautiful trigger for much more spatially interesting building. Or like imagine now this turns not into a balcony, but be like a sculpture in your living room.
Yeah, that's a good point. They have to be connected.
Yeah. I think part of what's probably driving the cascade is infrastructure wetlands. There are a series of check dams that control and add different depths and speeds for settlement. But the counter to that is, is there a way to achieve that control in terms of water kind of compartmentalization, but still allow for lateral movement so that this can be ecologically kind of a continuous thread, the fish ladders essentially that are letting movement occur across essentially a network of small dams.
Okay.
So that's interesting.
Last comments, and then
Yeah, just a quick one, it's kind of an advantage to come in the middle, because maybe I'll repeat a comment I already said, which means it's definitely true. But I think that, really interesting idea, interesting concept, and I think also an interesting mix of this skeletal geometries, that you have the kind of folding strategy for the surface, but then you have a more orthogonal structure for the collection, which makes sense when you're collecting water, because a rectangular, flat surface can fill and you can control the amount of water within that. But of course, a folded surface, it's always shedding. And I think there'd be a really interesting, I assume your building is somehow collecting water as well and then filtering that water. So obviously using this kind of folded language to filter it and collect it and then using the flat surface to contain and distribute it
Yes.
is a really interesting, and I assume that's the concept. So I think a tighter relationship formally between that folding surface and the rectangular surface would actually start to create a more articulated, but also kind of better crafted relationship between those two surface types, as opposed to right now where there's kind of meeting each other and then running into each other. But I think, yeah, the idea is really strong, and it's just now fine tuning that relationship. Great work. I mean, I love seeing the programming intermixed with that vegetation.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
For the double presentation too.
Because that slam was like 3 emergencies.
Yeah, that's
I was on a review with like 5 jurors, so I was happy to be.
okay, yeah. Glad you did it. So- We're just having to hide this, so control L. And then do the few dots, and then do hide floating. That one. Yep.
I almost clicked end.
And then the arrows work best
This is so much nicer.
for toggle.
You can see it.
I'm Caroline, and this is my project, Vertical Futures.
I have to click once.
Click on the slide,
And then now use the arrows.
So due to the increase in human population, architects and designers attempt to densify within constraints of performance-driven concerns. The result of this is an architectural typology of dual modularity with inadequate systems for ventilation. My project focuses on using a bottom-up design strategy to define the unit as the machine to modify airflow for human comfort. This allows for efficient, dense structures that enhance the human experience while decreasing carbon footprint. So as to define air conditioning, AC is a system for controlling the humidity, ventilation, and temperature in a building or vehicle, typically to maintain a cool atmosphere in warm conditions. And as you can see with this graph going from 1990 to 2050, developing countries such as China, Japan, and Korea in the Middle East, as well as the US, will exponentially be using more and more AC, with 1.5 billion AC units being in China in 2050. So what is so wrong about AC? Well, there are many. So AC requires an enormous amount of energy to operate, and fossil fuels burned for electricity contribute to the ozone depletion. The hydrofluorocarbons and chlorofluorocarbons emit pollutants that put holes in the ozone. The ducts in each air conditioner over time collect dust and bacteria, and every time the AC is turned on, they're released and are toxic to humans, especially children. The material used to create AC units is completely non-biodegradable, which is plastic. Developing countries may not have the infrastructure to host AC units on their grid. AC units are expensive and not accessible to everyone. AC units break and require mechanical servicing. And as like the most architectural and design concern, they are visual clutter. So how can we build better? Using the Venturi effect, which is a physics term, which states that the reduction in fluid pressure that results when a fluid flows through a constrained section or an increase in an open section. Oh, shoot. It's deleted some stuff. I think it just deleted this one. I had a graph that showed what like the Venturi effect is, so, or like a diagram. But starting with the bottom-up design approach, I first calculated the percent amount of time used in each program within the unit. So the kitchen, restroom, bathroom, bedroom, and living room.
Error on all your diagrams. That's it for screen.
Maybe we let you reload it, we go to the
Yeah,
next
there
person,
might be.
and let's run it through your computer, and we reload it again.
Close it and go to-
I mean, I have it in InDesign too. I can do it straight through InDesign.
Or
Is it all there or is some missing?
In my InDesign, I can like plug it in if that works. Oh, go with the Zoom.
Let's go to the
Yeah,
next
let's,
person.
we'll just go to this
Okay,
one,
okay.
and see if we can reload it and then queue it up and we'll try to plug it in.
Okay.
Alright, sorry.
share Zoom.
Oh, yeah. Caroline. Caroline. You can also.
Oh, so that's- Maybe just close off.
Your PDFs actually gonna.
Just extra box at the bottom and then both can go to the cause, what's it called? Alright, this is the flash. version.
Thanks for this, Rob.
So my project is based on like self-shading geometries. And so I wanted to achieve passive cooling through self-shading geometry. And so since like because of the temperature rises caused by climate change throughout the world. Self-shading geometry provides a cost-effective and energy-efficient solution to the rising economy and the temperature.
Click once and then. Now you can use the arrows.
And these, so I wanted to focus on more of the hot and dry regions in the world. And so specifically, I'm focusing more in the Middle East. And looking at the temperature in the Middle East from 1950 to 2020, it has been like rising slowly. And then looking at the monthly temperatures throughout the years too, it's also rising pretty high, especially during like mid-July. And so I looked at the sun chart to see like how to make the geometry, like to form the geometry. So some of the precedents that I studied was the City Hall in Arizona and also the other one. So looking at the sun angle in Middle East, so the highest angle will be 85 degrees, and then during the equinox, it will be 75, and then the lowest degree of the sun angle will be 42 degrees. And then I also looked at other geometries, and that's only during solar noon, so it's not like the other times. And a lot of the buildings in the city, they're using rectangular like geometry, and then that absorbs a lot of heat throughout the day. And then some other buildings, they started to tackle that issue. And then I wanted to try to find like the right geometry to help with that. So I decided to start the form by having the rectangle and then shifting the faces and then duplicating that and then scaling it and then to form the final massing. And this way I also created some spaces on the rooftops, like amenity spaces, and also a void for ventilation. And instead of just like a global move, I wanted to do a more like local move because the core won't fit in the building. So this was the way to go. And this is the final form of the building. And so in the front, the angle is in the southern side, the angle is 73 degrees, and then in the northern side, it's 83 degrees. And this is just one of the sections to show how the spaces work within. And you can also see the void inside the building. And this just shows during like the solar new when the lowest sun angle is during winter solstice, and the sun partially hits the inside of the building. And this is the highest sun angle. And since we're trying to avoid all these like sun penetration to the building, we also wanted to celebrate some of the moments. So just like the September equinox, the sun like will come directly all the way through the void to the ground. And this is just one of the shadow analysis study that I did to see like how this floor would have like any sunlight going into the building throughout the day and throughout the year. And this is another study that I did. So it's just the direct sun hours, and so since the building's tilted, it avoids a lot of the sunlight in the southern like facade, and then only the top few floors will have very intense heat, and then they will be planted, so it would also like get absorbed by the plants. And this just shows like how dramatic difference it will make just by tilting the building a little bit more. And this is just the ground floor, and the ground floor, I also use the same strategy for the plane, so it will have different like surfaces. And this is one of the circulation diagrams. So people will go into the side from the park. So there's a park in front of the building.
Which direction is it going?
Oh, it's up in the corner right here. Yeah, so up is north and down is south. And yeah, so people would go into the side from the park. And that's why there's like a lot less vegetation, because I wanted to have a more like seamless transition from the park to the building. And from the park to the building, there's also like some main entrances in the front, and then slowly more moving like towards north up, and then to the core going up. So there are amenity spaces on every single like top of the geometries, and from the core going up. So from the bottom, on the bottom floor, there's retail and lobby, and there's another lobby, and then at the rooftop is a rooftop bar, and then there's also clubhouses, lounges, and gyms, and then also common areas throughout, and then libraries. And then most importantly is the green spaces on top of every single one of these geometries that's accessible by the public. And this just shows one of the common roof floor plans. And then you can see that there is the outdoor area and the gym, and then just the units. And this is from that level, looking into the area. So you can see that people can enjoy their time out in the sun without being like directly in the sun, but also like enjoy the spaces. And this just shows like the park view of the entire building from the shade. Thank you.
So the light that's penetrating, building, are you creating light wells in there? That was just a study. Are there any atriums?
So the spaces within that, I have a pool in front of it, so the water would the wind would circulate the cool air up into the building, like through the hole.
These cut all the way through the building? Yes. Those ones.
There's a model too.
Yes, that's the model.
Yeah.
So this is one shaft, ventilation shaft. This is one ventilation shaft or this is, I understand, is now the sun hedge, so shadow area, which should show that section.
This.
Well, when you say like, so you say there's a very thin atrium, which goes for, what corridor does, this goes for the. So when I looked to your section, is it this here?
Go back to the light.
Was it?
Okay.
It's very hard to recognize now. This
Yeah,
is,
yeah.
this is the void.
Mhm.
Ah,
Yeah, that's-
okay.
But because the volume on top is kind of lower than the light.
So this is maybe from the screen is a bit hard to recognize. Also, recognize at first as a very solid. And this is a bit the contradiction in the project. I mean, when you show the massing models, they're very beautiful, like this kind of mineral, kind of prismatic kind of shape. And then actually it's kind of simplicity, and when you show like this kind of performance, it's really like it's a wonderful study and how you come to a lesson in different sectors. And I think it very well produces you some kind of more like public zones or restaurants or this kind of gardens on different levels and so on. So it's very nice in different sectors, it's nice. But as soon as you go on a kind of human scale, you have a problem. Now, like this one thing is that you just stratify the building, there's just like a horizontal layer, which a bit like bites now with the prismatic kind of theme. Now, like when you show the last rendering with this, I mean, it's counterproductive, like just formally, like the little cellular or like a very kind of prefab concrete construction with against like this prismatic. Usually, like when you some prismatic buildings, so which have the shapes, but some in balance, there's some like very like diamond shaped buildings. They go with a full glass facade, just to amplify, for example, this prism, which of course would be not would be. I mean, you talk about environmental kind of building, performative building, you wouldn't make a glass facade. I mean, it would be awesome. So I understand that you search for an alternative, but it's like I think the point where the project in a way at the moment has a bit like a stuck. But yeah, I think I think maybe it's a representational thing that you much more amplify this kind of massive qualities and look also. Maybe also like here the graphic, because you put in the elevation into your section, is much less. It's now like it comes like more like a field. No? It's like it amplifies all these kind of little things, and maybe it's just like a line width thing. So very graphic representation how you amplify more this kind of different masses or shards, which are like lean against each other and so on.
And admittedly, you should show your cuts here so we understand what's cut and what's not.
Yeah. You get what I'm saying, that the elevation of the
Yeah.
beyond is too close to the entourage cut. So it's
Yeah.
hard to distinguish.
So now I just see this for some of this one slab just hanging between two atriums. Is that right? Is this thing like hanging here?
Yes.
Well, I think it's like large.
But if-
Yeah, it's like, it's connected to the other part that's not like, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like, it shows that you really know how to draw a section. I mean, like, it's really orchestrated, like, you know, they highlighted that kind of very special.
Yeah, I think just crocheting the cut on the walls and the floor would do a lot, but also not using the same color gray or bluish gray for the inside and the extension. I think just changing those, so one's lighter, one's darker, that would be huge for your drawing. The other thing, it's got a little bit of the like Indiana Jones problem where like, you know, at a certain time of the earth, the light hits it very perfectly and then shows you the place where the dig, you have to dig. I mean, I would show, I think that what's actually more interesting is when the alignments don't happen. It's not the perfect time of day where the light is coming exactly flush with that surface, but I think it requires 3 sections next to each other, maybe one that has that condition, one where the light is, hitting somewhere on this surface, so it's coming in at that angle, and then one where it's not even going in at all. Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah,
So maybe they just need to be right next to each other. Again, the graphic problem, I think, but I think that, and then maybe the one where it doesn't, that's where it becomes really interesting, because then you start to wonder, like, it's funny, you said contradiction, I agree. I mean, part of the contradiction is you're trying to avoid, by stepping it, to have too much sun exposure, but then you're creating this shaft where you're introducing additional sun exposure, which I think is super interesting if you know, like, the range of that sun exposure. The sun exposure is great if it happens only for a certain amount of time and only at certain times of day. And so then how do you start to, I know this is way too big of a project to start to like design the interiors of it, but you might have a few conditions where you say, because, we have this much time of day, then the bedrooms start to shift over there, or the living space starts to shift over there. So you have some kind of modulation of that program in relationship to that exposure that you're trying to capture. Because otherwise, it's less effective if you're, occupying it at the wrong time of day with the sun exposure. You want those things to line up in terms of the occupation to take advantage of them, but also to help organize that material on the inside. So obviously too much to design it, but enough you could diagram it.
Because I'll tell you, like, does bedroom faces the sun side, or that's more a living room condition, because you don't need that much, like, it'll tell you a little bit program again.
Yeah.
It's just a massive project, so.
Yeah, it's too much, but it's something to think about.
It's been a challenge probably the whole time of you're trying to chase self-shading, but then it's like, oh, that looks like it's too shady, like it's too, you don't have the daylight in there. So I think that's where there's like another layer of at times allowing the light and not just relying on the kind of volumetric cant as the only, defense against light coming in, because otherwise, yeah, you would do a very good job of self-shading, but it would be a pretty dark place without kind of daylight penetrating. So
Maybe it's something like taking a unit out completely from the south facade, so you get that bounce of light coming in back in that hole, you don't need everything to be populated. Some deletion of units will let the direct light come in.
and deletion of, the kind of relentlessness or the
Array.
the vertical array of slabs, like maybe there's double height spaces that allow for some of these thinner volumes, even like penetration to come through in there. So I think there's like a layer of deletion that would actually make a pretty dynamic and rich, study at some of these angles.
I think it's sort of necessary because you've added the differentiation of the volumes, right? Some larger, some small, some medium. And so why do that if not to take advantage of that variation in size as well? So like you're saying, they create these kind of conditions which are very different than these kind of conditions. So it could be that these start to get programmed a little differently. I mean, a good precedent would be the NBRDV Amsterdam housing project, which basically breaks up the block, and it's not formally differentiated, but through color, it starts to actually some form of differentiation as well, but it starts to color things they call neighborhoods. And within those neighborhoods, different types of residential units start to occupy them. So some are single bedrooms, some are more communal spaces, some are, so you start to vary by category. Instead of designing each particular unit, because there's no time for that, you might start to categorize some spaces in the same way you categorize neighborhoods within this project that start to identify variation at a larger scale throughout your project. And it's really interesting. I really like it.
Thank you.
I would say some of the graphic things, those are fixes that I would definitely include, obviously we had a big push to get these done, but continue developing some of these drawings, because I think there's a slight legibility thing that's doing the concept of the disservice that everyone picked up on.
Because the line is there, it's just like extra step of graphic to make the drawing very well.
Also in der section you have different facade and elevation. There's like, you have in the elevation, you have like full glass or whatever kind of ceiling points. So it's like a horizontal, very continuous horizontal. And your elevation shows like more is kind of a bit moderate, yeah. Usually like a cellular house block facade, where like just between the columns, so between the prefab walls, you put the opening in the height of your next. Like that's not, huh? This is like a Brezhnev slab facade, where you have here prefab walls. Then you have the railing handrail, and that this you open up because anyhow you have somehow to close with the material because of prefab. So for high rise like here, what you do is something else. So that means, and I think there's maybe also now when you have the full facade or the rendering, it's like it's too small scale, or like you know also the differentiation works here in that kind of little scale. So you don't get a theme which orchestrates like really this kind of pixelated thing overall. But I understand like this is when you walk alone on such a size that you can't manage in 3 months.
Did you have a different articulation for the east and west elevations versus south? Like, isn't that where the embedded boundaries are?
The two more.
Oh, yeah.
I did, so for my north and south, yeah, so for my, east and west, it's more like repetitive, and then for, north and south, it's more like flat.
So the
Because,
elevation we were seeing projected in the section was more graphic, right? Because we were like cutting a section through there, we were
Mhm.
essentially seeing this, but it was showing up. I think maybe just that elevation that's shown.
The zigzags I even see in a rendering. Like these are pretty cool. Like, could imagine this is a full facade.
Yeah.
Amplifies quite nicely your whole prison feed of the building.
Yeah.
Can you go to the rendering? Do you have any shot showing? You modeled all of those.
It's,
Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah,
That is
there you
exactly that.
yeah, but not really, huh?
Yeah.
Like, you see, like then something has with the bottom there, the fin that, so see, like it's too much light in each other. Or why you keep the column calls? Then like, why you have those this here, like on the outside?
If the walls are reaching up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of an interesting thing because, you know, I doubt that the ideal sun angle perfectly aligns with the grid of the city. And so, but you've aligned your building with the grid of the city, but you're talking about it being driven by sun angles. And so I think what I like about those like interior variations is those might align with the lighting. And so it might be that you have two grains within your project, one which is the larger grain that's aligning with the city, the other one is the smaller grain aligning with the light angles. And I think that, I agree with Daniel, like how can you highlight that as a stronger presence within the project, so that appears to be just more prevalent.
Yeah, and then you get volumes inside the volume.
Your volumes inside the volume.
Different depths.
They would work, I think, to make a lot of sense with your neighborhood, because as soon as, and maybe you do start to shift some of these, because as soon as you're off the ground, it doesn't need to align anymore. I mean, you're structuring each of these kind of independently anyway, but they start to shift a little bit and modulate relationship to that angle. Because you're also creating new angles by adding material to, you're always doing feedback between the light and what you produce. I do have to say that, I mean, I kind of joked about doing the detail on the plan, but actually you did it. So I think that's pretty impressive. Thanks for that level of detail in the plan.
Okay, project.
Nice list. If not, she can log in and we can make her presenter on Zoom. Maybe it was, I mean, some of these are PDFs, they're like half a gig, so we might have just overwhelmed after that with having them all open.
Yeah, the memory.
Yeah. So there's the cache. That's what's here. We talked about air conditioning.
Oh, yeah, that's the diagram.
All right, this is it. Cool. I'll let you go back.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, yeah, it looks like it's working now. Sorry about the technical. Back on.
Yeah, so how can we build better?
Maybe just go back to just.
I'll just page through the slides.
I don't know. You don't have to go through the whole. You all kind of remember.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, we can just go back to the, right after the Venturi diagram.
This is the Venturi effect. And so I started up with a bottom-up design approach, programming and percenting time each of the programs within the unit. And based off of that, I found that the restroom is the least utilized space, so it would need the least amount of ventilation in terms of like human comfort. And so I oriented those towards the back of the unit, towards the egress corridor, and all the other programs are funneled facing outside and have external balconies that redirect the wind. And these are those arrows. So because of the Venturi effect, when you have a smaller space, the velocity is greater. So by funneling in more air into a specific area, it will allow air to run through the space, be comfortable, and not have air stack, which is what makes buildings uncomfortable, and the need to pump air conditioning into traditional high-rise buildings. Oh, and so this is the two-bedroom unit, and then the studio unit. And then shifting to site, I noticed that my site, I was looking at, again, spaces in like developing countries such as India, China, and I wanted to make my building not specific to a certain geographical region, but allowed to be modulated in a system for many different types of climates. So I use a primary and a secondary wind to create a double loaded building. And by adding the city block, underlaying that data, adding the massing, and having that direction allowed for optimizing the wind entry. And by adding the units, you're getting the optimized unit airflow. So globally, we extruded the floor plan, we added the wind, but the issue with this was that there was no escape. So you have the same trouble of trapped air. So what do? We create a void. And so you have the void and wind, and it allows to act like a solar chimney that brings the wind up and out of the building. But one issue with this design is that in terms of high rises on a global level, wind accelerates exponentially above 100 feet due to less obstructions, decreasing the value of friction. So diagrammatically, this is what velocity looks underneath 100 feet, what it looks above 100 feet, and what I serve to do to create a V-shaped form to redirect the wind to have even conditions across each level. And once again, placing that solar chimney in and double loading it for optimized wind ventilation for all inhabitants in the building. And that's our optimized form. So this is what we have so far. The wind, the solar chimney, but another issue is in terms of heat gain. So when the sun is high, the sun can still penetrate and create very rough conditions in the interior platforms. So in order to mitigate that, we extruded part of the building to create the varied height based on solar orientation, as well as additions to voids in the facade, additions to outdoor public spaces, and an addition to core elements, egress, stairs, elevator. And that allowed for us to get proper shading within the interior platforms. And this is the city context, local section, ground level, typical level, typical level 2. And going on to the human experience once again. So the skin is a aluminum louvers over the concrete facade. And this is kind of like a mini perspective detail of what the balcony would look like. So you'd have the operable louvers so that the people can control how much air they want in. The angled concrete header and footers in order to redirect air that's going completely perpendicular to the building into the unit. And then from that, we can create like a little bench space or kind of just like an enjoyable space for people to be out and enjoy. And this kind of describes like what the experience in the building would be. Like there's so many possibilities with these platforms. Like you could have people playing basketball or socializing or just being outside with each other. And once again, this is how the wind would come into play. And that's it.
Maybe like an image.
You know your section.
Yeah.
The overall section.
So of course, the best part is like the narrative. That's if you have a narrative like on the kind of housing scale, then one would expect kind of facade portrait with modulating a building shape. And actually, what you create is like that what the high-rise is always missing. These kind of semi-public collective spaces in the inside the building, and you populate now like what you share on a condominium scale. Like, yeah, I miss the swimming pool definitely. Like you have already the basketball field and such things. And I think there should be also like a bit more work. Now that section is a bit cheated, I think, because they let out completely the course, but also because they are lying in the atrium, you are actually a bit more free how you position them. Where it means they don't have necessarily also to go really top to ground. Also, there's also is partly like being exterior, so it could also with merchant parts work, but also yeah, it's now really the challenge like how we used to be programmers, like really with larger other kind of volumes. Right? And yeah, that would be I think nice to see more.
Maybe to typical plan through. So I'm just trying to one where you can see the cores and this. This is ground level, maybe you have one kind of further up in the atrium.
So you have 3 of these? Why so few? Why did you leave so few of these connecting ones?
What do you mean?
Like if you go back to the section, it looks like you only have 3 times where you connect with a platform across.
Yeah,
Yes, just for the second.
Yeah, just for
So
the
you-
sections.
Okay, so in reality, you have a bunch of it.
Yeah,
Man,
Okay.
that'd be wild. I mean, that'd be much more, I think, compelling, that interior space.
Yeah, you need a drawing that's so much, it's hard to understand that at all. Right?
Yeah.
Drawings.
Yeah.
Yes, you see, like that's not the question. Like, do you orchestrate the openings and this plates like continuous? They're like atriums really. So it's like really like a void volume. So I don't know, like what you propose here, for example, is like a hotel lobby. Like the first project we did. So maybe 15 levels, something like very general space. Or you cluster that and you jump over it with openings. and which is good for this basketball also, where you have like double height kind of walls.
Program paths.
Yeah.
So like, just
That's
to
a- yeah.
reiterate, clarify, this platform in the plan, is it the full width of the building, or is it just happen to be some dimension?
It's just the last bit, probably.
Yeah.
We just
Okay.
kind of.
So you kind of pulled most of them away from the edge,
Mhm.
most of them are inside.
Maybe in
Go back
that,
to the plan.
in
Yeah,
the
go back to
plan,
the
is that what those X's? So what are we looking at in the
Keep going to the
atrium
top,
plan?
keep going one more.
This one. All right, so
It'd be good to show where that section fits on the plans.
the X's are the voids, you're saying?
Yeah.
And I think she's kind of that section here.
Yeah.
Look at that, it's, you don't see that, but it's interesting, look at this, way, so it's all open.
I mean, I like, formally, I like the massing quite a bit, and I think what's really interesting about it is the way, go back to your acts, like one of your acts views. That's the diagrams over it. Yeah, right there. I mean, I really like that the exterior nature of the project, the texture you're producing on the outside is totally different from the interior texture you're producing on the inside. And here again, it looks like you only have 3 slabs. And I think what's important about having that web of connectivity is that it does restructure the project in a way that starts to add logic to why it's separating. You know, somehow like that separation, like Daniel mentioned, you're removing the cores from the interior of the project, you're putting them on a new interior that you're creating between these 2 masses. And it's a different nature of space within there that's operating because you've pulled them apart. Because you're no longer having to deal with the wind condition on the outside, you've created a new atmosphere on the inside, even though it's an exterior.
It's
It's
exterior.
exterior, so yeah, you're allowing for that kind of calm atmosphere to exist, which then allow for these different kinds of program, like tennis, for example, that doesn't require, or that demands a kind of uniformity of environment for it to be played effectively. You don't want huge wind gusts flying
Yeah.
everywhere, you know, so I think creating that kind of new exterior on the inside is a really interesting opportunity, which I think is then reinforced by this new texture that you've created on the inside of these units. I like the fact that this is very different in nature formally than what's happening on these inner surfaces. I mean, I would hope that like maybe you start to think about a new materiality in there as well, like differentiating it even further. If this is one kind of material, who knows? I don't know if you thought about it, but it would be very different, I think, from the inside, and just treating those two, reinforcing that difference, I think would go a long way. Like maybe the outside is very uniform in material, all concrete or all wood, whatever. And then the inside is very dynamic, very varied. Every unit has its own, you know, whatever people decide to paint it, different programs, tennis courts, all that. The inside world, super complex, super rich, super diverse, the outside very uniform through material, but very diverse through form. Yeah, super interesting. Go
You
ahead.
know, that's also appealing is that this speaks about a very heterogeneous program. Which now in the plan, you would show everything as the same kind of housing. Right? But here at first I read more something commercial on the bottom floor. I see like this public, this kind of, this kind of punches, which is like also public restaurants or whatever. Then also with the housing units, I see apartments, but also like double level or even triple. So it's much, I think, much more richer, but you should tease out with the plans or opportunities there.
Is this still the case? I know you had some point. These voids, those are registering to some of the floating program pads within. Okay, so that. Because it's not actual, this is the closest we
Yeah.
get to see that it's a bunch of kind of floating pads lodged into that void.
Yeah, so in the section where the platform exists, that should be a double height, triple height void all the way
Yeah.
through, so it breaks.
Go back to your section.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
some
wall
of
should
the
not
walls are
exist,
gone.
it should just.
Yeah, you might be like cutting right through a little wall, but I think you should show that as the void. I don't know if you're like hitting a column.
And then these lines don't exist, right? This
Yeah.
don't exist, you don't create as a whole.
And I think also, in terms of adding a little bit to explain it, it might be that you take this section, you look the other way, and so that in elevation, you have grayed out a few more floating platforms with grayed out people.
Mhm.
It's like you're at the end of the building looking to no more platforms, and that's why it's kind of a confusing section choice, just the direction.
I think adding these things to the section will really help to understand the building. And I think the plan is there, we understand the void, when we go to a section, it's like, why we cut the section in that direction, or the beauties on the other side.
But I would even put the elevator actually into the slab, so you would have now on the lower floors, you would look to the outside elevator and then for the inner side.
Yeah.
And then you could much more orchestrate it's actually going through the building.
Mhm.
So,
Are you saying the elevator would be out
Yeah.
here and then suddenly it's in here?
and
Yeah.
yeah,
That's all.
Transition for next year. Can you go to the free atrium floor plan?
A what?
The atrium floor plan? One thing that's also confusing here is it feels, like this feels like there's one continuous plate that is the entire, floor level, and then there's voids punched into it,
Mhm.
which I think what in the rendering almost with the basketball court, it might be the inverse to where instead of taking the full section and carving out voids, the voids are the fact that the pad is just some portion, only this section on this level is pad, and then the rest is void.
Mhm.
I think it's just kind of a idiosyncrasy in how you do it,
Yeah.
instead of starting with a full pad and then deleting out, start with a void and then just add the pad only for the program you need
Mhm.
in that floating area.
Which I go in this section, you can see the.
Yeah.
You can see that.
I mean, I like that suggestion because then it changes it. Right now, the pad is acting as circulation.
Mhm.
But then suddenly it acts as program and it becomes like these 5 units have an exterior space, a backyard,
Mhm.
only for those units. It's not a circulation path. I think that's really interesting. It could be a mix of the two.
Yeah, so instead of having to then have an individual walk each one, you probably have to have an external kind of corridor lighting each, and then there's a big bridging pad.
yeah.
And so much of your plate is just these little kind of entry.
Yeah, and then I'll say that makes sense, because then one unit goes away, gives become root 4, and then 4 goes from top to bottom. And then
Do you have a model or
Yeah, it's the first one.
this one?
Yeah.
That's just one
Yeah.
of the two, right? That doesn't have the atrium in it.
No, no atrium.
Are these are both together?
Yeah, like
yeah, this
one's
goes
supposed to go
on.
on top, but
Okay,
it's,
okay.
yeah.
Some of these models.
I mean, I like where it went. I think
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
really
it
good.
changed, it changed a lot.
Yeah, I mean, the massing is really wonderful.
You spent a lot of time working on the unit. I think that's where you were at the review, and then it was trying to figure out how to then,
Yeah.
Which I think it's a good thing that you mentioned, you forgot to mention, like, it's fine that developing countries are gonna copy paste units around, but what is the right copy paste? That's what you're challenging, right?
Mhm.
A little detail of your material choice, when you talk about Manhattan project, and you use aluminum and concrete.
That's the most.
Yeah.
I mean, so the two materials very good, just to get rid of,
Yeah.
but yes.
yeah, I think a lot for us to talk about again. So I think some changes to the drawings could just help capture the intent that you already have beyond kind of where it could go in the future, but appreciate it. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
I think that's it for this session, yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll end with Daniel Corey, just
Yeah.
tell us a little bit of insight on what do you guys think. We still have
Any
time.
general comments?
Man, I would say I really like the premise of the project because we do have to start looking at different models of organizing mass that aren't just driven by regulations and codes that are outdated very quickly. And so I like that idea. I think even in the real world, you're still gonna feel the other one, but having this other layer that's organizing your material, organizing your design is architecture. It changes, transcends just building for building. It actually becomes a design project. So I think that's really interesting. yeah, from what I saw, it's really great work and. Yeah, I think the mixture of scale is working really well. Super interesting. It's a good job.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy a lot that speculation is actually speculating on housing typology. It's very hands-on in a way for projecting something in the future. What I think what you can extend is that when you think now like we translate climate change or something with the climate, always in terms of the disaster. But there's also a storm, like, very unhappy like, condition. It feels like it's a dual. I mean, like climate change is not so difficult to grasp because it's slightly always changing. So it's not so that there's just simply coming a storm. Ooh, now we have a storm, let's clean up. So there's one thing. This is a condition where you don't make rid of. So it's a different thing. This is one hand, but another is like the ecological design is more like is a different approach, a different relationship to nature. Like it's a different way how you live, or how you organize the living, how you organize the city, your community and neighborhoods and so on. There's different economic cycles. Right? So and this is like this is how where this was standing. Wikipedia for the big conferences. Where it's exactly about that this is kind of a awakening that okay, it's first running out of time, but actually we see how fundamentally things actually change, and which are very enjoyable. Well, like there are so enjoyable moments of these projects, which are they're not looking like a disaster. So don't invent them as they respond to a disaster. There's actually it's opening and quite enjoyable kind of living experience. So this is actually a great opportunity which we have attacked. But generally, like, there is I think like a great quality, like this model is like, hey, this is amazing to see that. Yeah.
I think that's a really good point. I don't know. I kind of reject the idea that architects are problem solvers, and I hate that idea that we got a problem, let's solve it. I think it's so much more interesting to think about opportunities within the changing environment, changing planet that actually make life better. I mean, we're not just solving problems and dealing with issues that are just forced on us. We're actually creating a better condition as we move forward. And so I think it's a really important point. And the pandemic has taught us that in a lot of ways. Like it's brought us a lot of opportunities where we can communicate with people globally in a way that we couldn't before. We didn't have the technology and the interface, and that's super interesting. So how do we carry forward with that while still allowing to return to a kind of normal that has more to it?
Yeah, I think if we think of like single problem solving in Asia, like when the car came, our solution was highway, and now we're trying to what is this? So be conscious that it's multiple things you're solving the same time. It's not a single thing or the same. Like storm or this event and happen once, but that doesn't mean it has to stay to that. Like what is the rest of the year? It's more dynamic.
Yeah, and it's interesting, like broader than just to see it, just like think about design and lesson. Maybe this is where a few times like thinking of these as triggers that then open up opportunities for new ideas as opposed to here's the identified solution for a problem, because the problems are too complex that your solution won't fix that, and your solution might create a new variable that exacerbates a different problem. So I think thinking of them as opportunities less as solutions is probably just a general better way to think about some of these approaches. But thanks for all the work, and big push that we saw on the drawings from earlier a few weeks or a week ago, and got the models, got that out, and it's really fun. But again, thanks to our jurors for coming. And then we'll reconvene with the second group after the break. Yeah. Cool.
Thank you, guys.
Alrighty, I think we'll get started as soon as I get everything shared.
I think we'll have Diego that was doing a little bit later too. And then if the other guys can join online, that'll be great. If not, let's continue.
Yeah. So I think we'll maybe have one digital review potentially. He's having some login issues, but if not, Diego will join us in person. But I guess with that, we can go ahead and get started. So Michael was part of the mid-review, but to kind of introduce the studio to you, Ross, and kind of reintroduce to you, Michael. Oh, here we go. Now we're good.
And then Alexa will join us for the beginning too. So, okay.
All right, so yeah, keep that in. Okay, so the title of the studio is vertical density features. And I guess before we get into the studio, just to situate you all in the students. So this is design 5, so 5th semester. The name of the studio is speculation, and that's kind of a coordinated theme for the intermediate sequence. This is the second to last studio before the kind of bridge to advanced design. So following the studio, students will have comprehensive design. And so this is meant to be a studio that kind of takes elements from outside fields and combines that with architecture as a discipline to be informed by others. But being this level in the sequence, there's also a desire to try to be a little bit more grounded in some structural realities too. So I think we ask the students to combine some of what they're learning in their structures lecture and some of their other courses to feed into this.
So our
This is
timeline.
4th semester grad, 5th semester undergrad. So yeah.
And then our future is defined as near future. So we're looking at a lot of the data we've been collecting and speculation we've been doing. So 2050, it's like that's on that. What's the speculation of that?
Yeah, so let me just pause real quick and see if, yeah, it looks like maybe Suresh, you can confirm that he's getting the video on your end, but. So,
But he should be able to talk us back too. Yorgos, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can see you and hear you perfectly. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
so we'll just run through a little bit about the studio and then maybe we'll ask the jury to just briefly kind of introduce themselves to the students. And then today we'll have 5 students to be presenting the projects. So as we mentioned, this is the 5th semester speculation studio, and the title of the studio is Vertical Density Futures. So really the premise of the studio was, how do we challenge the kind of reality of how much high density tower typologies are driven by setbacks and kind of yield on leasable square footage. And it's, breaking free from the kind of reality of a developer driven model dictating a lot of what happens in terms of high density architecture.
And the way we see it is like, in the near future, cities will give you incentive if you have this type of topology of tall buildings and not only development driven. So maybe it's better to have a performative tower than just a number of units, for example.
Yeah, so I think we looked at what would happen if the driver of the typology was both occupation as a user, but also some sort of ecological performative aspect. So, looking at what can happen when you do have kind of a copy paste model of just leasable units and kind of the vertical array of a lot of high density typologies. We were framing the studio, as Suresh mentioned, in the near future, but with the reality of kind of the climate crisis as a reality that we need to act and potentially the typology needs to do more than just be sold by a broker. It needs to maybe be performatively impactful on the environment as well. And so we asked the students to kind of consider stripped down, physical systems of light and water and air as a basis to define an exploration kind of outside of the human occupation of how the tower could be performative.
We divided the studio in 4 parts. So the first part is the scenario and performance system. So it's where they're collecting data. they were selecting like a city, but we were saying that it's a generic city, just collect the data and the prices of that city, but don't mention the name of the city or don't think the city as a context, but as a data driven factor. So for example, the altitude, latitude, and things like that, the prices the city is facing or might be facing in the future.
Yeah.
Then,
Yeah, they developed kind of, or studied performance systems at kind of a diagrammatic level in groups to set a kind of an overall trajectory or a thesis for what their individual projects would study from a performance standpoint.
assignment 2 was a skeleton, so it was looking at massing as a structure and slabs. So in assignment 2 is where the models happen. And our interest as a studio was not to create a final model, but a model they kind of learn from. So it's a process model. So a lot of the structures, when they're doing cantilevers in the digital world, we're not able to support it in the physical world. So they have to like re-evaluate this condition. And that's the whole point of these physical models. It's the work in progress to kind of understand if these tall buildings can stand or.
Yeah, we use the analog models as the proxy for the very complex structural model that would be taken into account with the tower. So using the simple or, still very detailed models as a way to start to judge, stability and strength. So we didn't get too tied into the structural design of the towers, but.
Yep.
And then moving from the skeleton.
It's the skin, so the envelope either now wrap it up or understanding what is the skin. Again, the skin needs to be performance too. Thinking where that envelope line is it at the slab edge? Is it hanging from the slab? Is it inset wide? And making sure that that skin is also from the following the thesis or the research established in assignment 1. And then assignment 4 is combination of all these in the proposal.
Yeah, so assignment 1 was in groups and then 2, 3, and 4 were all individual. So the culmination of the previous assignments will be in a intervention that was situated in kind of a hypothetical dense context. So again, as Yash mentioned, we didn't actually choose a specific site because we were less interested in responding to kind of social contextual elements, but more environmental from a kind of systems and physical standpoint. So they're all given this kind of generic dense city from which they could pick a parcel and to develop essentially a prototypical tower that was able to use the neighboring kind of massings to help inform some of their access to light or flows of wind, et cetera. That some of them located a location to get kind of sun angles and a general climate, but there was not a specific site that they were responding to. So it was
But I
more
think that
hypothetical.
where in this generic city you are, it will be important if you're in the edge of the city, in the center of the city, like that will also add up to the.
So with that, maybe we just ask our jurors to just briefly introduce. I think Michael has met all you in the interview, but if you can just briefly let the students know who you are, and then we'll move forward from there.
So maybe we start with Raza, and then we go this way until we go back to the computer, which is Yorgos, you're the last one.
Everybody again, Michael here. Got my.
I'm Alonso, working too much now, so, here's my background, I have a background in structural engineering,
the audience, can you quickly talk about yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Hello, everyone. My name is Yorgos Bitsianis. I'm an architect and I'm an associate partner at one of the studios in the architectural studios at Foster and Partners here in London. My background and where I work predominantly is large-scale projects with sustainability at the core of the projects that we develop here. And my educational background, the very latest was, and that's where I met Suhas, was in doing my MSc course in the Architectural Association in London for the course of the Emerging Technologies and Design.
All right, well, I think with that, maybe we'll get started. Yeah, that's good. Thanks, David. Need the PowerPoint?
Yes.
That's fine with this.
What time is it in London?
Yeah, what time is it in London? 6?
6.
It is 8, almost 8, 10 minutes to 8.
I think we're good to go.
Yeah. My name is Daniel Clenny. We start off with some basic climate data. As you see the influx in climate change, we see a higher global temperature increase, which leads to the increase of tropical Atlantic storm count. So with these increase of change in temperature, we'll see higher rainfall within the cities, especially along the coastline. But then this also increases extreme landfall within the United States. So extreme landfall meaning the harsher rainfall that happens on these parcels of land, and kind of showing that how that's increasing over time. And as far as the basic map, we start to see, since our studio is not like specific to one location, we started to kind of figure out ways where it potentially could be. And specific along the coastal line, we see higher influx of rainfall and more tropical hurricanes. We can respond to that. Getting to my thesis, with the increase of global temperatures, an influx of rain and flooding is inevitable. The buildings that take the most impact are those with dense cities covered by impervious cover. Therefore, the need for water storage within these cities is crucial. High-rises need to become more performant to respond to these changes in our environment. Controlling the increase of rainfall and flooding is a priority and can be done at the building scale. So we start off with the standard building. We located a building in the red center, because we are going to take the impact of rainfall and water happening within that city. But not only the city at the small scale, but also at the city as a whole. We try to have a large cistern in the bottom to hold that water whenever there's high rainfall, especially during storms. We also don't want that water just to be in the bottom cistern. We also want it to be occupied throughout the entire building. So we try to metabolize this building with water inside the entire structure, so that if the bottom does fill up, we can move it back up. But these cisterns in the building also take the water from actual rainfall that's happening on top of the building. But then since the water is very heavy, we think about structural support below the building. But then also we want these spaces to be occupiable, not whenever there's not rainfall and there's not water. We kind of start to eat more away parasitically at the building, become more aesthetically pleasing. We got into our program, try to see the takeaways from the building. My program is a research and kind of operation tower, also with academics. Research and operation, meaning kind of research of the building, but then also kind of the water that comes in and out of the building and redistributed back to the other buildings surrounding mine. But then we also see daily function in the center. This may sound very vague. It's more so like type of systems like cafe, gym, stuff like that, as well as amenities in that space. And then the top four being academic. But then we also have leisure spaces intertwined between the buildings for both of them can use. And you start to see some floor plates that are completely taken away, but also some that stay the same. Ones taken away are where the water is being placed. So here's kind of the water retention diagram at the scale. So it's a smaller section of my building. We start to see vertical circulation being pumped up and down throughout the structure, but then also the rainfall capture to the left of the screen where it falls off the building into that cistern. And then we also see whenever the water is not in there, it's occupiable space, and then below the structural support.
But then zooming into that, we see the permeable system of how we get the water from the cistern into the common spaces. And we start to see this at a 3D scale. So this is whenever the cistern located in this space right here, it becomes fully occupiable. Whenever you have small amounts of rainfall, it becomes partially occupiable. So these spaces over here are suddenly occupied, while these rather become ponds and not incomplete cistern. We also see kind of the research operation within the building, but then also see these windows being rotated to allow water to come off of the for wind loads to come in and then cool the building from that water. And that's why the windows are like that. But then it becomes non-occupiable when large hurricanes and stuff like that. So here we get to the base floor plan. We're kind of at the piece in the section to the bottom of the screen. We try to see these pathways that you can cross along the building. So if you're in this space over here and you want to get to the core, you have direct pathways, which are the green, the fastest way, but then also have secondary circulation with the yellow spaces. So if you want to read a book or kind of relax on and kind of view the system of water. And then begin to see the ceiling plan above us. The reason why we have holes in some of the columns is that's where water is being transported down and upwards, but the ones in the center are rather ones that are just there for structural support and there's no water above the space. Then we get to the water retention, our typical floor plan. So we see like a business floor plan, we see lecture halls, and then we see also lab spaces within this space. And then we start to see lower floor plates on below. That's why they're different color. And the reason why we see this large hatch is due to the fact that we're cutting through on the actual cisterns, and we see that's larger space. And then the reason why they can be sunlight is needed in the spaces is because they are lab spaces and spaces we don't need light. Also, we see lecture rooms in which sometimes we don't necessarily need light. We need artificial light the most. And here we get to the section of the building. So this is as if we're cutting through the column. We start to see water throughout the entire building, but then also at the very bottom of the space. But then we start to eat away more of the building when we move towards the outside of the building. So here's kind of the center. And then we extrude. We start to see more of these common spaces. And then we start to see also the space not occupiable, and we should be no water back up to other buildings. And so here's when the buildings are rendering, whenever the building is not completely occupied by the water, you kind of see this brutalist system inside, and then also the pathways that go across in the building above where the research is happening. And then whenever there's water completely, we see a very different change. And we see it's fully occupiable. We still see the columns and kind of that brutal system beneath us. And then here, this is the animation. You guys see kind of the clouds across the building, also lighting the sky. Just kind of wanted to reiterate my thesis. We need a design with the intent to not just create glass boxes, but also for them to be performative and respond to changes in our environment to be more responsive and things like that. Thank you.
And we start from here. So
something something is there integrate into not be very correct, also keeping under the block. The rate of the vertical density are partially combined. I see it's very nice organized and calculation impressed me. But I need more topics than the what. Just like what impressed me in the project. Think about how the atmospheres within this population of flooding could give you also like additional layers. I see also potential of your formal language of response and art. Somehow with the water is gravity that could be also like a potential. I'm saying just like impression seeing your work, how it's opens up. So I think loving the gravity, yes, like up and down. I didn't need it with this arches on flying surfaces. But, yeah, due to the time, due to the amounts of semester, like very interesting topic, especially with this water and space. Look at how, interesting subject. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very development from the midterm members, you certainly take in pathway, put that throughout the entire building. So I think it's a good, great development there. It's taken a lot to be able to stop the line we have to look at. One of the results of that is large multi-space. Really helps to unify those spaces. It seems very so, it's negative space within that. The other thing that stands out to me is the difference. This one has much more, especially in the region, infrastructural feel. It feels almost like a large waterworks or something. That's much large scale engineering. There's maybe the next level is to develop define lab spaces, how's the water being pumped? It looks like there was a spiral. It's not.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think the spiral is kind of to like decrease erosion within the building. I think it would actually be like an actual like exact spiral. That would be like mechanical system that definitely does like able to push the water up and down. I think it's kind of just more of a visual to see the water transfer down.
I think it's an interesting detail to look at and then think of opportunities that applies to the building and goals. And I think conceptually that you have taken adjacent neighbors' water is to me a powerful, kind of scalable, distributed district. So there's a certain amount of water that face in the roof collect, but taking all of this from adjacent neighbors, and then you're to the bottom system, yeah, that's doable, but then elevating water, and so that's because of the water tower, you can slowly hook up to these different hanging systems or water towers, and then utilize that kind of rush of gravity as an additional power generation tool. So I think there's something, another layer to start to have to understand how the water gets up to those beyond, I think we have the scupper kind of maybe in that water fills in the volume. I think we're gonna have to pump some up, and I think there's an opportunity in that, thinking about the construction of how a water tower would work to capture that potential energy of slowly pumping during life peak time, utilizing it.
Yeah, because like the main when I first started, like the main thing was to get the rainfall capture. And that's why I took up the maximum amount of area that we could take up. But then whenever I kept doing calcs, and it was like it's not going to be able to, it's not sustainable enough. So then it was like the best way was to take it from every other building. Yeah, I think it's like always the issue, like my last one, we talked about stagnant water, the data cause issues. So it's kind of like the reason like I kind of showed this spiral is that kind of keep the water continuously flowing, that was kind of by definition.
Second is, I actually am kind of, or amazed at, you know, in kind of the romantic idea of all the aqueduct, emergency power, the language is there, kind of perfect for it, even with that clashing kind of with the international kind of state system, and I don't know if there's more to be said about it. Because, but I think the blending of those two things are really, it's probably not like one softens the other, and the fact that the romantic language in it is the is the concrete and the hard stuff, versus kind of more strict with something. Like, I guess I'm a little have you thought about, I guess, it sounds like there's kind of two modes of this. I would be more interested in kind of the in-between of what it does need to just redistribute this out. Like, what is that phase? It sounds like it's kind of like, okay, it's empty, it's full.
Yeah, I got you.
What is it? How do you get it back out to, is it reused? Is it just going back to the sewer system? Or is it into the ocean? Is it, are you cleaning it at all? Are you have a system to kind of, you know, to filter it and use it to to me, at least, maybe there's probably potential about how, you know, how, you know, flat life, how people in here use it. Obviously, and then the wastewater question, not only spaces are, you know, the room, you think it's, you know, of that, and really, you know, those are the questions you kind of automatically attach to an infrastructure, a water infrastructure project, power generation, perhaps, too. Or is this an existing enclosed system? You know, could be.
Yeah, I think I got you. Yeah, I think one thing I could add to my diagram to make it like kind of answer that is like put like the treatment plant down here. Maybe. Yeah, because it's different, like water, like run of water. Water is different. So a little bit of that other variation. One below is about little stuff, and you know that's a run of water. I think that's your water, that's the rain, that's your water.
But I think like a distinction between, you know, constructive, what like infrastructure cleaning, a big asset that, you know, capturing rainwater is actually just the detention, the delay of not overwhelming the system. And when the system is overwhelmed is when most of the pollution occurs. That's kind of a downstream effect of both, you know, literal kind of overflows of sewage and combined waste, but also just velocity, eroding. All of our water ends up back in nature. After it gets through our treatment, it goes in the river for us, or it goes to radio. So it's a lot about velocity and the speed. So I think detention is also in itself a sustainable kind of holding water, delaying it is productive in itself too.
Yes.
Can I quickly ask, how did you arrive at the program attached to this? Is that dictated by somebody, or you decided I want to put
It's
the research?
yeah, it's like research on the bottom and then like academic on top. We got to choose our program what we want it to be.
Is it connected to?
So the research was their operation was like more so like kind of like people who were like going in, like determining how like the water is distributed out. That was kind of the research, but then the academic was more so like it kind of like depending on how like this building could be placed anywhere. Depending on the program, academic we could place like botany spaces, ecology, marine biology, kind of that. But I guess I understand.
I think for me to tie it together, at least one maybe.
I got you.
You know, would use it's an example of how to use this as opposed to, because right now it just seems like I turned an infrastructure that is that the Tokyo underground system? Is that what that is? The first image is the second.
I think it's one of the, I think it's I think so.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
This
yeah,
one?
that.
Yeah, I got
like, okay, I see the relationship, but I know what the purpose of this is, but
Mhm.
I could criticize and be like, you kind of stuck program in this.
I got you.
And then stack them on each other. Like, I want to know kind of, as much as this is speculation, you know, I think that, you know, where you have options to attach a story,
Mhm.
make those count. I want to see you kind of take it to the finish line.
I got you.
I think yeah, it seems like even the amount of square footage that, you know, you're allowing for operational and research, like, those are huge, this big floodplain, and like, you got 8 levels of that. So I would even some like scale precedents of like, what scale of research center is that comparable to? And to what extent, I mean, I think there's also an argument to disassociate the program and potentially interesting just to mash like residential into infrastructure. These are pretty compelling places to live, and that these kind of floodable areas could be more amenitized or even like public spaces. So I think the like, literal connection of the program with like researching the infrastructure, yeah, there's opportunity to not have to be so literally linked together eventually.
Can you study, I guess, the wall section? I mean, I know I maybe would have liked to see more of is, sounds like you're collecting it on a horizontal surface. You're counting on roofs to bring your neighbor roofs, your own roof. But obviously, you know, rain will hit a building in the direction. I'm wondering if it's an opportunity for the facade to collect this, and to, you know, why bring it all the way down, pump it back up, you're already collecting it on the surface of this thing. I mean, I wonder if you have this kind of, instead of your hop, instead of your windows kind of opening out, shooting out, what if they were operating out to collecting water or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
Multiple layers of that has to happen for this to work. But I think there's a study involvement with the curtain or with the skin of this thing. Yeah. Right.
At the beginning of the performative aspect, you mentioned something about the elements, am I right?
Yeah. So
Let me say, it gives us new ideas, it could be more performative, I think so, yes, because the performance of the huge force of the flood, something like hurricane is coming, like it's really, people just hide and try to survive, and like it's a very nice comment to see the human within the architecture, and I'm sure it has potential to bring them up or even some elevation system, like in these very urgent situation. Like I'm saying that performance part of your design and has a potential. So like within these nice comments that continue to visualize the scenarios. Like that's I think very interesting. I see your model and maybe if you had thought about it because the floods is happening in a certain like force of the attaching the surfaces like first is going down, like fluid, the huge force of the water. So maybe I'm sure you have ideas that your design is actually perhaps performative way could change. You know, like signal or react. So it's just like an impression. So start to do this presentation for that aspect is very interesting for speculation. Even we are not engineers, but then the scenario show up the basis of openings, enclosures, or invitations, people are listed or establishments, or maybe, I don't know, other opportunities. For example, third dimension of your project, I see huge potential at the power plant, reducible for some energy and store, like being out of this negative effect, convert it to the positive and to expand in multiple ways. It's just like impression from that side.
Can I say something? No, you go ahead. I'm sorry I'm late, I'm sorry I'm late, but it was very rude, I really apologize. Daniel, I missed the presentation, but I remember this from last time. I think this image is so cool, right, and so exciting. If this is the project that was built, all of those would be grueling. I do think though, as a student, right, your task isn't necessarily to make something that's doable, but to challenge the way that you think. What architecture is or not to me. And I know you're dealing with like flooding and floodwater mitigation, and then you kind of like threw yourself to this image of the system, like the large, like kind of underground facility that was kind of mushroom columns. I actually think if you were that maybe you could just meditate on water, water is such an interesting like scientific element. And I'm just generally somebody who like constantly like push away from metaphor or I mean the symbolism of things like that. But, you know, what is water once it's inside the water? Like most of our thoughts we told friends getting water out of it and keeping it out, right? But like the idea of like, okay, so now I got water in, now it's in the building. Well, what does it do? How does it change space? It actually control my architecture and shape, create a decoration. I create a climate in different zones. I mean, the whole promise of the skyscraper was this notion that you enter the world. It's the void of stimulus, right? Like, sit in it for a little while, traveling up or down, who really knows, and then eventually opens up. And anytime it opens up, you're in another universe. You know, we don't experience towers that way, right? They're very obvious in that moment. But the promise was always that. It was like that nightmare in Inception, right? You're like, goes to one level with trains in the body, goes to another level with hotel, goes to another level on beach. And so like, you know, could you in your water treatment also create different water ecologies, water climates? And how does the architecture actually be different rather than homogeneous? Another great example to think of is the silos they build like NASA station. They're so large and vast that they have their own climate. there a thunderstorm inside of a building? And it's like, that was an unintended consequence, right? Imagine creating that intention, right? Like, I mean, you're trying to mitigate the problem, of flooding, but what if you also mitigate other problems like controlling the behavior of water? What if you make rainforests that help with food production? Oh, no, well, I'm changing. Obviously, the department's done that, but I want to commend you how far along it's come from feedback from last time. It's definitely beautiful. These are really interesting and curious things to occupy. But and this always happened to me when I was a student too. It's like your presentation gets this like bomb. Oh shit! I should redo this whole thing. So, but yeah, I guess I would say, you know, in the future, like once you've done something, and this is the nature of building, once you've created it, it has an effect. What does that affect me? So once you drop water in, now you have water. What does it do? How does the architect want to be? I think it's like the word, the things like that, when you start experimenting. Temporal, you know, but it's so, it's also still temporal. Based on time. Large challenges. Just be a scientist.
I'll change my major.
Yeah, most of it, make last comment, Jonas?
Hello. So apologies, I cannot hear any of the comments from the jury side. I suppose the microphone is far, so I can't really engage, or I might be repeating comments or completely contradicting others. I haven't heard anything. But from my side, I see some really exciting images, and the spaces that you create, the volumes. They're very interesting to look at. You've chosen a topic to concentrate on, which is water retention, and looking at the overall massing of this tower, I'm thinking that, you know, your roof, the proportion of your roof area to the overall mass of the building is relatively low to collect water, and you would imagine that predominantly the amount of water runs along your facades where you have the area, and I can see that you're projecting out to collect water through the facade, which I think it's a right move to do, which I assume, unless you've discussed this already, that you've done this for this purpose, which I think it's a good move. I would consider that there is a hierarchy. You have a series of columns which have the same size around, and I don't know whether, because the water is running down, you would have a bigger concentration at the lower floor. So I don't know if it would be interesting to look at a hierarchy in terms of sizing of these hollow columns as you go down, or in certain areas where you have more water collecting. And I see a few, I understand that this is quite conceptual, but there would be several issues with maintenance predominantly. I can imagine into something that you're collecting water through and you're running it down, that maybe you should have somehow tackled or talked about. Another thing I'm looking at here, all these are hollow columns, therefore you are just utilizing the area from the floor plate to run your water through these columns all the way down. And I'm thinking maybe there would be a little study of how could I utilize that space inside the columns when I don't use them to have water running down through them. Could they be, maybe some of them are wider, could they be ventilation towers? Could you use them for some other purpose? Yeah, these are the comments from my side, but it's an interesting and exciting project.
Thank you, yeah. Thanks, Daniel.
Oh, yeah.
Very awesome.
Elixir and the.
Hi, I'm Erin, and my project focuses on air pollution, which, as you can see, air pollution affects a lot of the world and it causes a lot of health issues. It's focused on cities, but as you can see with the weather, this is a month in air pollution. But as you can see with the weather, it does move around. So this is from 2006, and then it shows a projection all the way to 2025. And you can see that in the winter months, it gets worse with heating, and then it's a little bit better in the summer, but it is exponentially increasing. And this building is looking at the condition that we see in the grade area, which is going from, in the whole year, the air pollution conditions go from unhealthy to very unhealthy. So that goes to the thesis of air pollution is an exponentially increasing issue. This city is reaching pollution levels 20 times the healthy limit, causing an immediate threat to the health of the public. And this building aims to improve the quality of the surrounding air and provide clean air to its occupants. And this is done through a multi-layered filtration system that is optimized by a design that increases exterior surface area and creates spatial conditions for air filtration. So this is the current solution, and it's really a binary approach where you have the outside air that is polluted, and then you have the air in your building that the air conditioning filter is filtering. But because it's so polluted outside, it's still not great conditions inside. And then these higher energy buildings output are adding more pollution to the air. But this project looks at a multi-layered approach where you have the polluted air, and then your first layer is a photocatalytic coating that is made of titanium dioxide, that when it interacts with sunlight, it actually makes the particles in the air stick to it, and then it washes off in the rain, and it keeps that material surface really white. And then behind that is a layer of plants to take away carbon, and then something called breath bricks, which are recently been developed. And what they do is they're kind of these hollowed out bricks that have a vacuum filtration within them, so that it's actually filtering out the pollutants, so that you can create a space in the building that it feels like you're outside since it's not air conditioned. And then we have more plants there. And then there's the actual HVAC filtered area. And then with low energy output, you'd create less pollution in the city. So with that photocatalytic coating, this project in a normal building, if you have it just straight, that's your exterior surface area. But this building works by shifting the floor plates so that you get increased surface area, so that you can take away more pollutants from the air. And this is a west elevation. The flooring that you're seeing on the outside, that is the actual titanium dioxide layer. And it has the undulations to increase the surface area. And then on top of that, we're seeing a program right now, which overall it's a research center. In the bottom, you get retail, and then the orange is like dedicated research floors. And then the yellow is the are some floors that are dedicated to just being this safe outdoor spaces, so that you can feel like it's as if you're outdoors, but you can actually breathe the air, unlike you can outside in the city. And then this is it as a section with the program, and then without the program. In addition to these floors that don't have like a blast off air conditioned space, each floor that does have an air conditioned space has spaces between the glass and the breath brick where you could work. So just another level besides just the binary inside or outside. And so this is the ground floor. As you can see, I situated my building right next to the park in the city so that there'd be more of a direct influence to improve the air in the park. And the lighter grade area of my building is inside that breath brick layer. And then the darker gray is the actual air conditioned area. And on the left is the lobby, which there's also a cafe. And then on the right is dedicated to retail. And then this is level 8, which the titanium dioxide layer starts at about the 3rd level. And you can see that here. And you can see the green spaces that are outside the breath brick that have the plants to take away carbon. And then this is a research level. So you have the lighter grayed out area, which feels as if you're outside. And then the darker gray, which is the air conditioned spaces. And then this is that green area that we were seeing before on level 8. And you can see the breath brick closer and the air actually goes through there. And then this is a 5 view of the building. The titanium dioxide layer is on all sides except this north side that we're seeing, just to so it'll be actually exposed to the sunlight. And that's my presentation.
Shall I start? Yeah. Hello, hi, Erin. Thank you for your presentation. I think there are a lot of moves that you're doing that in terms of massing from the very beginning that I think they're a bit arbitrary and that not really well explained, especially because one of the initial premises that you're making is that I am going to have a low energy building, and therefore the outcome will be a less polluted air. And one of if you go in the very beginning, I think you're saying that you are breaking down, you're creating more facade, basically. You're breaking down the mass a lot. And I think you do that in order to create more surface area to filter the air. However, by doing this move, you're creating a building that requires more energy to operate. And I don't know if this is in a hot or a cold climate, therefore your cooling or your heating demand. But I think you are creating a problem to then try and solve. This is the main comment that I have. And then I would like an explanation of why is that external cladding has this shape and it's wrapped around, and why is it wrapped around certain elevations and not others? Is there a reason, or is it purely an aesthetic? What is the reason behind this?
The titanium dioxide layer is everywhere except the north side, just because the interaction is with sunlight. And then I would say that the shape of it is at this point more aesthetic. And I think if I had more time to focus on the skin, I'd like to do more data-driven analysis to discover what the very best type of skin shape would be, but that's where it is at this point in the project.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but adding to that, I think you had a diagram that showed my real name. This is the place that needs, this is the place that needs 4 hours of sun. Wouldn't this system that's complex and 1 hour exposure to sun, how does it help the particles to stay? So I agree with that. Like, it looks like it's this east, south, and west. I think the east and the west can open more because that's less materials, right? It goes back to the arguments like gonna increase surface area, but where it's needed. Where it's critically needed, where it's exposed to the sun for more than 8 hours, because then the particle is supposed to be. Because if it's only there for 1 hour, I don't think it makes sense, like a thousand. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, perhaps that skin would actually like end up being a mapping, you know, with the surrounding context, the projecting shadows and the sunlight. There's actually probably a pretty complex mapping of what gets the most direct sun, and then maybe you can establish a threshold of this much, above this much constant daylight, that deserves, or that's when the investment of adding that skin is actually going to add the performative value to it. And I think it would also help kind of create more varied conditions, because right now so much of the occupied space behind this fairly opaque curtain of the skin.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I think it would be more enjoyable for the occupants to have some of those views that opened up, given that it may not even be that informative, given the light that's getting direct.
I completely understand that. I feel like it would be really interesting to see, like with data driven, what would happen.
One of the things that I really appreciate about this approach is current ordinance looks at square footage, and that's what's driving saleable square footage. And that's a metric that's being used to drive the form of the building. And you've taken something and you've turned it from that 2D square footage and turned it up so that the driving factor is actually like the completed. So I appreciate that's correct. Take it from that direction, that saleable square footage number drives through a lot of data points, a lot of rigorous, why. That is because definitely in terms of these packages for specific areas to justify or why they don't conform with this other idea on what's been lacking in this.
Yeah.
Find a way to combine this here and
Your ministers start with the air pollution. Yes. And the way we are screened, as I understand, layer, yes.
A little bit of your typical floor plan. We were talking about the layers.
So the breathwork is protected, and so is the titanium dioxide layer, but it is also just taking pollutants out of the air that are just around it. So that is a little bit more towards helping the city, but most of it's protected. The green is only inside the titanium dioxide layer. It's not inside.
Show up the conditioned space line on the graphic. Like where's the glass or the breath brick is this, yeah?
Yes.
And then this is porous, that's the titanium dioxide.
Yeah, this is the titanium dioxide all the way around. And then this is just like a balcony. Plant. And then within this layer here is that's the graphic layer. So right inside the light gray is where it's not air conditioned. Which people in the city, we don't spend probably 15 minutes. So that's how it's done. And then this is the actual last layer. Show me your section. Because I find this very interesting, talking about clean air and pollution. to approach. I really love the stepping and the potential of bringing the soil and the trees. Because otherwise it's just like growing up and pushing against the second, third level, or we have some limited amount of void to grow, like a vertical green. But not just the green as a plant, but in the trees. So actually, for me, I have very rich potential, like integrating landscape, soil, and trees in terms of to absorb CO2 during the year. What I love about it a lot in your section is variability of the shifts. And I think it speaks a lot to the concept. One thing I think it has more potential from my point of view, if I understand it right, but the layering of the skin and the chaining of the surrounding secondary layer of breathing. Or imagine another atmosphere. I love this several insights, which I did not understand immediately, but you could see about the outdoor, indoor, outdoor, like the sequences for ventilation reasons, for light, inviting food because green is translucent. Yes, as well. Yeah. But then I think your project would have another level of environmental reasons, vertical wise, to give that effect to the neighborhood. Close. Same lines that layering to give that protection back. Because that would be not just the inside of your boundary skin, it would be like an aura shining back into the neighborhood. So I see it's really nice. Just maybe something that's the further which interests me your heart. To layer it further. So actually it's observed that it brings back the oxygen. And I would layer it even more. And I would explore it, speculate even more. I know that due to structures, due to limited amount of the surface, but your movements and shifts, and stepping wise up and down creates a kind of vertical nature, which I think is very productive. And Singapore is one of the leading cities. We are going for this future to integrate vertical greenery as much as possible. And I think your project has a huge potential.
Yeah. So I wanted to give, I think in the previous presentation, Daniel's presentation gave like very high abstract commentary, and I think this one will be a little bit more rounded. I think your idea is awesome. I think the double skin creates an interesting dynamic for any town. I do sense from you a desire for complexity, right? If you want something that's complex. And I think that ironically, to me, there's a difference between complexity and complicated, right? Complicated is something that's like hard to understand and difficult to digest, right? Complexity is brought about through many simple things interacting with complexity. DNA is a simple rule set that creates an immense amount of complexity. And I think that for me, what's lacking in this project a little bit right now is me sensing your level of control over the toolkit that you have built for yourself, right? Architectural control. And I always think of it, the quickest way I think of it is like architecture is usually made up of parts. So right now, like the skin is like one big swooping thing. If you broke it down and thought of it like components, this is where it's like simple. It's like, okay, I need something to hold out, and it's got to be this big, it's got to have this material, and it attaches like this, and I want it at this angle to the sun. Suddenly, if you apply these like 2 or 3 simple rules across the building, you would get an incredible amount of richness and complexity, and like incredible interesting space between the actual condition envelope of the building and the porous envelope. Right? And I think you also have a more rigorous control over that envelope. I think that your idea is fascinating, but I do think that that rigor would help you even with the idea of carbon capture, cleaning air. I think even the material packaging of the building should just be something that has a high carbon capture in it, should be high. Like there's some simple lot of times the simplest answer or the simpler answer is incredible amount of richness. So you're just dealing at scale. So I think the idea is great, that even what slips, what slides, when, why, how much, all those could benefit from a more kind of constrained rule set.
Yeah.
You know, for yourself. And it could be anything. It could be like, it could be about sunlight, it could be about the amount of sunlight getting into the center of the space. You know, elevator stacking, all that kind of stuff. And there's a lot of parameters that drive us to shaping ours and be applied and practice on the work done. So kind of whip this thing into shape. But otherwise, I think that the first piece kind of pull from
I actually like, I love the kind of, the billboard or kind of the message of performance. You know, yes, it's about flowing air. It's kind of captured and showing what's doing. Obviously, there's a lot more study about potential of this titanium and the size of titanium spin and optimizing it to whatever you need to. I guess my question is like how I almost wish that was more developed, that outer layer, because it feels like it's the thing that it's doing the most part. It's doing the biggest job. That first layer of defense, I guess, or filter is, and everything else is kind of relying on this thing, both in the science of what you're claiming, that you're doing, as well as kind of the performance of the building, the urban context. This outer spin is, I kind of wish it was more developed. So, because right now it's treated, you started it just saying, oh, it's on northeast south.
Yeah.
And then like, just because the sun does that, but I'm like, well, why aren't you reflecting sun to the north, or to kind of maximize it? Because if you're saying that it's not here, then it kind of goes against the whole idea that they're maximizing the scale, right? What other systems needs to happen to this thing, or can I rely on to kind of maintain your thesis of this maximizing surface area? Now, the second thing I guess the question is, are you're relying on kind of nature to blow spin, to blow wind through this?
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's a control yet of that, but I think, again, it's the first line of defense. The spinners has to deal with that force. And are you, if it's not blowing, does it work? Do you need to encourage that Venturi effect through your facade systems or something? Does that mean? And I'm actually wondering why isn't there a roof if that's the surface that gets the most sun? Too, so I think there's holes in the application of the system that you created. So I think it's just really kind of tightening up from that. I agree with all the comments. I think about the splitting it up, finding, inhabiting a wall is it's an interesting concept. Really inhabiting what the makeup of what we think a wall is and the different kind of environments that creates for us. So obviously, I think there's going to be a problem with maintaining plant life in such a shaded kind of environment like that you have. So those consequences too, I think, are they're flags at the moment in the project. So, but I think it really is kind of, it all stems from that the shell, the veil that you created in that first attack. So that thing should be the most developed aspect, I think, of it. Oh.
You can't hear.
So along those lines, in fact, occupation of those spaces on a layer, what I think is one of the more underdeveloped things in the project is the region between those layers. The section is beautiful and there's a layer you can occupy. But the way that you're transitioning people between those layers is a single company or. So if you think about the wind and the way you have it moving through the open doors of your building, like a spot area that's quite the opposite of what you're doing with circulation of the building. So I think that it's just something that really want to develop as well, like it's definitely the next how these layers, especially in a layer, you created 4 or 5 different thresholds where you really what the experience of moving from between those feels like for the person within the building. Something that should be right.
How do you arrive at, especially the core, actually, what the 4 shapes, like the kind of the formal language?
In the first iteration, it was actually 2 separate buildings that I connected. But the shape comes from the wind, the single thread, it kind of forces the wind to go that way.
Yeah, so we should have had like that dominant wing. The same way you have north there, like in this branch, we should have had one that says dominant wing. Is that like that's everyone in the studio that this is north is important, but also your wind direction is important. That's not the same.
In general, for me at least, I mean, I appreciate the minimalist quality of the drawings, but I think it's, I mean, it took us a couple of minutes to understand spaces and what it meant. Just the documentation and clarity of it, where you don't have to point, you don't have to explain it. Could do some work, and I don't know, it's just subtlety, order, and layering, and hierarchy in general.
Well, I mean, not to belabor the point, but like, I think that's like where, you know, it's like a high fidelity starts to come into play, because we'll be able to read that into your drawing. Like I'm kind of confused, for example, you know, what is this envelope?
This is the brush stroke envelope, and then this is the box that we see.
This is unconditioned, and that's unconditioned.
And this is outside.
Yeah, I know that's outside. This is unconditioned, and that's not conditioned.
I think
It just reads a little better. It reads like a,
this is like a brief walk. So outside of here is
yes, it's a greaselet.
in person, it's so unique. So this is like just plants, and this is exterior, but people. This is
So then are people outside walking around in like hazmat suits?
No, but that's my point, because I think you can occupy it a little bit. If you're outside, outside people walk in normal days.
Yeah,
Area, but I think you can occupy it.
Like these kinds of masks, or like,
like the,
Yeah.
Well, it's a hazardous environment. So,
Yeah,
there's
so it's,
parts of the.
one sense, like, you have to like have like a shower, like, like hose yourself down.
no, it's not radioactive, it's just heavily.
But I would say it's like pre-pandemic, some cities in China, people
Yeah.
were still needing N95 during high smog days. One question I would have, just because I think the control thing is a pretty big point. And it's actually surprising, like, I actually think we have a fair amount of control of those internal geometries. It's the curtain outside when it, and actually we should be curious just to toggle that layer off. And then look at, because I think there's actually pretty dynamic, we have so many layers of skin and an onion there that, like, just the exterior terraces that are vegetated, and then you have the kind of breeze block, and then I think there's probably a porosity and lack of transparency, the light quality within, like being fully enveloped in the breeze block. Probably pretty dark, but I would say, just as a starter, maybe just turn off the big curtain and see, because he actually developed a lot of building in there, but there's no drawing to see that anymore because it's fully enveloped in the curtain.
Yeah, yeah, and I guess that's what I would say, is that even the geometry is there, should be formed by
Yeah.
very kind of, your intent, like maximizing the sun, you get bacteria. That is some geometry. It's just, you get a very rich texture, whatever the hell it is, but, it's an important fact, which figure out. So, I'm not saying that it's missing, I'm saying that there's richness in.
Where become important is that the moves that you're making, for example, from the bottom over the glass needs to be so it's unclear about what that's for and why these shapes are located where they are within the next where the layers growing together. So if you have a little bit more control about that, with that, we're able to make spaces like that, not have to work with all kind of interaction with the other layers. It makes it more intentional than the city done where you are taking that because it's not really where you're being intentional with things and where those are just a result of drawing line. So you can get a little bit more control of that. In the ones that you have done that show that speed will help. And then you have the concept in the years.
I think that's a really critical point because these are really problematic right now. But I think if you started to think that this is a enclosed conditioned area, a sanctuary from the pollution, but what happens if this area actually bridges out and you have glass that kind of bubbles out through the grease? So I think if you started to never have them align and share a line, but either they're pulled off so they're occupiable here, or this mass actually slides through, and then you get kind of a puncture in your kind of observation bubble into.
Because that's haircut anyway, so.
Yeah, so like that could be, you can really play with, these volumes of the safe glass and then the like semi-safe breeze block and then the no man's land vegetated. Like if those start actually intersecting with each other, I think that's a lot of potential that could be explored.
That's a very annoying line of questioning. The clean your facade. Because essentially it's a filter, right? Eventually it needs to be correct. Yeah.
That's white, and it's like a coating that goes on its paint in that sense. But the interacts with sunlight attached to it, and then the rain washes it off.
Rain washes it
Yeah.
out. So it goes,
And it,
are you collecting it? Are you
and
collecting?
then I would collect it at the bottom. But
Can you use it to water your plants? Can you use it for other, I don't know what's in it, I guess. Like,
I think
again, I'm trying to figure, it seems like the studio, I imagine most of the buildings are gonna take a natural system and control it. But I want
What's the name?
yeah. Yeah, there's a pipe that goes through. Gotcha. He hasn't solved how to use water, so it's up to you.
This project, because a lot of those questions, what you're trying to solve in terms of filtering air or collecting water, that can be done in non-town. That can be done in a large scale system. So I think as a studio, one of the questions that you're being asked is, what specifically in a tower? What about a tower? The way that a tower must operate interacts well with the system to justify the tower rather than just simple. So few interactions create something that or the better piece of. But you can start to answer some of them. Justify some of the material concepts.
No, thanks, Jerry. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, AC.
I know, I wasn't like this in the night. We need some passive ventilation.
I think this just picks up to go out. I don't think it projects in here.
So my thesis was urban heat island effect, or UHI, is caused by the trapping of radiation from cities. One way of combating this on an individual building scale is a solar informed massing and low thermal mass material. So urban heat island effect is the trapping of radiation in larger cities through a variety of reasons. It's from materials, geometry, reflectivity, but it causes these cities to be degrees hotter than the surrounding rural areas. And one of the main causes of this is the different forms of radiation that hit cities. And so the first one is direct normal radiation. This is radiation that comes 90-degree angle downwards. You get a lot of this on the tops of buildings, parking lots, streets, any kind of large open flat surface. The next is diffuse horizontal radiation. This is radiation that bounces in between things. You get what's called street canyons, where radiation hits one side of the building, and since all the buildings are square glass boxes, the radiation gets trapped and just keeps bouncing in between and making it hotter and hotter. The final kind is global horizontal radiation, and that's kind of the mix of everything, and that's also radiation that comes at an angle. So even just looking at, these couple of city blocks here, you can see how it really quickly, all this radiation bouncing around can cause a lot of problems. So I am looking at this building over here towards the eastern side. And I was looking at a latitude and longitude similar to Mumbai. So I started with plotting the sun paths of the hottest day of the year, which is around mid-May, summer solstice, which is mid-June, and the winter solstice, which is mid-December. And from the sun paths, I took this the sun vectors that weren't blocked by buildings, and I saw where those landed on the site. So this is the sun vectors from the summer solstice, the winter solstice, and the hottest day. So the one I found is for Mumbai, kind of the hottest day and the summer solstice is more kind of the average of where the sun vectors were in the east. So I took half that block and I used the sun vectors to kind of carve out the massing. So I started by putting in the cores and dividing that into sections of from 45 feet and 60 feet, kind of based on how far from the core can be. And then adding the sun vectors. So I took a time from about 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and removed the ones that were blocked by buildings. And it resulted in this carved out shape that allowed the sun to reach the ground. And from there, it kind of rationalized and cleaned it up some. But the program can become on this larger sided apartments, with the lower being kind of a more typical apartment unit and the upper being more condo and loft units. The smaller section is office space, and the connecting areas are kind of social areas. Here are the floor plates that start to kind of follow that geometry. And there's also In this area, and an area carved out for sun vectors, and then this back area, every 2 or 3 floors is carved out to create double and triple amenity spaces. And here's the structure. For the office, it's a 40 by 40 grid. And the residential, it's a 20 by 20 grid. And in that middle social space, it kind of fills the area. It starts to become long columns collected by beams that create kind of a trellis system that will hold screens and vegetation. So this is an overview, starting to look at the facade. And you can start to see a little bit this kind of middle social space with these screens. But zooming in, one of the big things is these louvers on the side. So because the site is at a 15-degree tilt, this corner is the east corner, and the opposite corner on the residential is the west. So these louvers at the east and the west corners have smaller distances, and as it moves to the north and south, the distance between them increases to allow more light. This is a longitudinal section showing that middle social space in the area between. And this is showing those sun vectors coming through, and how there isn't one of those flat kind of glass box shapes for it to be stuck and reflected. It's broken up, it's caught, and that kind of trellis system and that vegetation. So it's absorbed, it's broken up, it's brought to the ground. This is the transverse section. And you can start to see with the site, it's very kind of subtle, but it continues that stepping down and creates more social areas for people. And once again, letting that sunlight come through and reach the ground. This is the ground floor plan. And kind of showing these, the pathways up and the steps kind of broken up by planters in these social areas, with the residential on the side and the office on the side. This is a typical floor plan. And then the upper units with the walk-in floor plans. And this is starting to show that kind of middle social space where that vegetation is. Thank you.
You have like an accent. Yeah. So was there a mandate to create a formal study based on your research? Like, did the area of research have to affect?
In terms of the adjacent neighbors?
No, just the shape of the building.
No, I think that was maybe what Ray was interested in, was this kind of stuff.
The reason I'm asking is because if I understand correctly, the solar heat gain problem is primarily a surface problem, right? More than it is a geometry problem, right? Wind tunnel dilemmas in cities and that's a geometry problem, right? Obviously, getting light into space, that's a geometry problem. Trying to mitigate the solar peaking effect. First of the tower, they flat, right? So like I almost wonder, like, is there enough? Is more of the meat and potatoes of your project, skinning system, reduce reflective surfaces. So how do you make building that's high visibility out through the skin and have a low reflective surface? What does that look like, right? that seems to be the part that's in need. Missing here in this project. It seems like you have great recent use of lane solar heating so effectively, right? And I don't know if the building is helping to mitigate solar heating. Or if it's being shaped by some, right? Being shaped by the position of the sun. Creates some various elements. But is that addressing solar? So, yeah. That would be my question. 30,000 foot out.
We can talk about the difference between the direct normal radiation versus the indirect or bleed radiation. So I think that's what the sun carbon inductors are trying to mitigate or prevent, right? Is direct normal. Is that right? Or is it in the, I guess, is there a difference that direct radiation is much worse and therefore justifies the carbon? Or I guess continuing, because I'm understanding Dito's question, that, you know, this is mitigating for that direct vector, but there's still lots of ambient light that's then potentially reflecting and getting trapped, and that the skin and surface is, you know, how do those outweigh each other in terms of radiation? So, yeah, question.
That if the skin that's you can see through it, but it's not that reflective glass. The idea is that, you know, getting rid of that direct normal radiation and creating those different since we can't do the best thing to do to get rid of the glass, we kind of doing the next best thing, which is don't have those, you know, 200-foot glass, right? Like it up and have those smaller surfaces that can bounce off those, and then filling that space where the light bounces through. Filling out the vegetation that would start to absorb that radiation, which would help lower if you consider, you know, continuing to bounce off.
The idea is that light bounces through here is soft as it bounces. Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is like even here, like you start to talk about an increased density of vertical fins because you're getting on the, I think you said it's the southwestern corner right here, right? Southeast, northeast, but just east, just straight. Okay, sorry. So this is the eastern side, right? But like, yeah. So to me, that design of that fin, what's the fin made out of, right? What's its orientation relative to the sun? Its density, because it's like you're trying to say, look, I solved it. I have full floor to ceiling glass. It feels like great. You can see straight out, and I mitigated the reflectance problem. Heating and effect problem by like the material of the fin, how deep it is, and the same with the sun, all this stuff. And there's like, I guess my getting at here is the way we create architecture is everything from the door handle to the absolute shape of the house, right? So like, and you need to learn to like jump the scales back and forth constantly. Like that's kind of, I mean, to me, that's one of my favorite parts of the job. It's like jump the scale, like big, like idea stuff to like, hey, full detail, how's that shaped up, and how's this thing shaped down, and that dialogue. I think there's a lot of richness just in studying scale performance design. Like if you just did a rectangle, let the box what it was, and just do like overly psycho intense study on that scale, and like solve the problem. Fantastic. Okay. I think just like for me, there's a couple of things in the form of the layer now. This is like, I don't know if it's quite working right now. Personally, like footprints and stuff, like put the office in smaller footprint, that kind of. The other one, there's a lot of other like common things that we need to do. And I don't think that the task. I do think the task doesn't always be sometimes whatever. There's many ways to attack it.
a good question regarding very distinct one. It starts with the initial guidance we get about reflection. I think that light and heat aren't exactly operating in the same way. The light comes down and bounces around and sound. That's not quite how it works. But some of those operative words, while you've got kind of the right start on the idea, that by taking them so directly, really form inside of the concept. I don't think that, I'm not convinced by the diagrams that that's performing. Within this microphone you created, one way to maybe do that is to you have such a form that you're performing, doing such a performance thing. You have another form like simple box that shows the opposite of that. Your example, here's mine to show how much less each of this versus if you have this simple box. That might be a diagram the way you start it. I think the idea of having these different layers of texture and softening is one that's interesting. Adding the green layer to that can help. Might actually start to do some more things. Introduction. Where that, I think that simple part of it is the way you have hold the skin apart. Not really pull it apart. There's something within that language. That's the area that you can process the there's particular it's not.
See from the designers. Also reminds me of information forest systems. You are lost, in the north and the south. There are some reactions on the something that reminds me that the ecological layer of certain cancers orientate areas of the building not only as a skin like from the outside, but also to implement a strategy from the vertical density actually could approach the diversity of insides or inner sides more than just an envelope. Yes. That allows expertise in radiation management. I love it. The strategy you chose to experiment. And I think, as I understand, that outside layer of the structure was a kind of public path on a vertical sense. Yes, like that. Layers of the balconies, like a kind of forest of public. Yes, it's really interesting to find the dynamics. And maybe you also might be in a way reaching aspect for me. It's fun. And as well as the other that the materiality aspect is not so separate. Rather than putting a skin or breaking the straightness. several systems here, which reads me, and as a result, it's interesting. So radiation, ask the question, on what side, if we are opening up, like this layers of the impression of radiation diagrams of yours, we could even maximize it because we can make more surfaces to hit. If that could be just a glass, yes. But then from the other side, you made a specific setup in your vertical density, which actually brought you multiple layers of multiple vertical scenarios, make it city kind of, not just office or one hotel, yes. In your project, and that's interesting for me, and also between exchanges that layer of glass. But also I think you more like a comment. See this front side, is it a thing building or a spot of design? Like see here your design or is it existing building? Because what is happening here, it can happen also, this is also the south. Even, I love that contrast, I mean, from the way of seeing, yes. But if you really want to orientate north and south, this all areas as well as included in your project. Maybe you want to say that you take existing building to show your strategy and how this can reactivate or renovate or add something on. I love that part. Maybe I just don't know the recognition. Reduction moment.
I think that piece is a result of an existing building that's here, right? And then that's creating the shade here, so protecting direct light. Is that why this mass exists?
These comments are like all over. But something that I think is fantastic. Well, actually, go back. This superstructure in the sky is fantastic, right? This grid. And I think it's funny because, like, in some ways, like if you go to your Exxon really quick, you're like, in some ways, it seems like you're stuck on some tropes, skyscraper tropes, right? Tower tropes, like this building, and like what the program needs to be. But if you go back to your rendering, I mean, in theory, you guys got to pick your own program, right? And we have to constantly look at what we draw all the time to like kind of learn from ourselves. It's like happy accidents. Sometimes you're thinking one thing and you make something and you say, oh, that's actually more insightful than the thing I thought. And I think when I see this grid and you're talking about solar heating and the prices and all this kind of stuff, and it's like, I mean, the whole concept of the skyscraper is like, I don't have such a big plot of land. I need to maximize more value of it. Like, can't get enough value of that land at that level. So I just multiply. So like one of the things that we're saying is the best thing for solar heating is vegetative, forest kind of surfaces. And the skyscraper allows me to multiply things. So like, why don't I try to get 1 million acres of parkland out here? And that could have been your program. You just do this crazy cyclostructure and maximize sun to get as much sunlight to like, have as lush of a parkland for 1 million acres on like a 10,000 square foot site. How would you make 1 million acres? Yeah. Like that's like
That's a huge challenge. Because then that portion of grade will continue in the middle. That's what Dave was talking about. Like multiply the number of grade because it's stacked. So that's not concrete, but it's green. We treat it as a high grade spaces. We see the green stacking down, they green on the side. That's it.
Yeah, I wonder if one kind of maybe way to flip the way you're thinking of it. I mean, I think the reference project maybe you looked at was Studio Gang's Highline buildings with solar carving.
Yeah.
But the purpose of that building was actually to carve to get light to that, which this is the opposite. This is realizing the light is kind of hiding the mass from direct light.
Right.
So I guess instead of thinking about okay, how can I move the volume out of direct light to hide from light, think about what is dodging the light allowing to happen at the part that's now getting full light. So if you go back to your rendering, I think the project maybe becomes more about this space and like what can really take advantage of this amount of light that, the other volume is there because of the adjacent shaded structure of buildings. So there, it's already protected. And then you left this void, that maybe this becomes like agricultural. Like this is like what can really leverage direct light.
Like, I will highly recommend take those guardrails out first of all, because that's like the scale of what a park wants to be. It wants to be more organic and make all those levels to be like park, agriculture, recreational parks.
But also, I think it's important to like stay, again, rigor, like, big carpenter on rigor, find rigor are thought. So like, your thesis isn't about the light, it's about mitigating solar heat gain. Different than light. Right, like it's light adjacent, right?
Well, it's dodging light.
Somewhere. Correct. Yeah. Yeah,
It's not just about the light, look what up. And I'm like, that's about the middle. It's a good in the building without, that's the difference between across the street. With the nature, just looking out onto other buildings. Completely different texture and context. Even from a visual.
I guess I'm like directing your comments, sorry. I'll direct your comments, like the building that's there currently, like the office building on the eastern side of the site, the same shape, like, yeah, that doesn't mean it's not creating solar heat gain from. Because it'll reflect the solar heat gain from. So like, that's my point, is like, if the dilemma is not light, it's actually solar. It's a different problem, just, so like, it's a weird puzzle, feels counterintuitive.
Somehow it's productive, it's like a sponge. You kind of, you follow the projection. Layering of this agricultural layer, or greener layer in terms of forest. So that protects or stops further on projection. That's a thing. Your sense of the research. Having large surfaces, that's one dimension surface within the surface. That technically also keep inside. Not those is needed like at the same time.
All right, well.
I'll make these comments, and I think you'll have to excuse me because I can't really hear what you're discussing about. So, and again, I might be repeating same things. I think your initial premise is that you want to reduce the urban heat gain, and my question is. Are you trying simply to reduce the heat gain for the building, for your building, or you're trying to do it in a city scale or the neighborhood scale? Because I see that you're using the sun angles and you're trying to avoid direct solar radiation on your building, and that's what dictates your massing. And I understand clearly this move. You reduce the absorbed radiation, but you need to consider where does this radiation ultimately go? It passes through your building. Does it go to the adjacent to the buildings that are behind your building, or does it hit the ground? And if it hits the ground, that's where it predominantly goes. I think you should talk a bit about what happens at that area. How do you treat the surface in that area in order to reduce absorption or reflection of the radiation? And in the scale of your building, you have different surfaces, as you showed in the early in the beginning. You have a roof, and then you have your elevations. So I suppose you need to talk a little bit about how do you treat those surfaces to reduce absorption or reflection of the radiation. And you would have differential treatment for the roof, where I assume you would have something that's more reflective. And then something that does not reflect radiation on your elevations. And also consider that you talked about indirect radiation. So how is there any treatment to avoid or reduce the amount of indirect solar radiation that your building receives from all the high-rise buildings that are around it? Because yes, you avoid direct, but you cannot manage to avoid indirect solar radiation. Would a second skin help you from that point of view? I saw that you have some treatment with some external shading, horizontal shading devices along the facade, and you're making them denser at some areas. I didn't understand well in which areas and which ones not. But I think you should consider the orientation of those as well, according to the different elevations that these are sitting along the building.
Yeah, I think these are pretty good.
Any great comments, and thanks for having a lot to talk about. This project, appreciate it.
With that, I will leave you. Thank you very much, and good luck to the next.
Thanks so much for joining. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It's a camera. But I don't know if you see that.
That's right. Yeah, he could see us. It's live.
It's live on YouTube. If you didn't know, now you know. All right, so my name is Rosalina, and I'm also covering the urban heat island effects in our project, our design project. Okay, so my thesis is here. Modern urban design has contributed to rising temperatures and inhospitable city environments. These effects can be attributed as urban heat island effects. And to mitigate these effects, it is vital to implement passive cooling systems and avoid design elements that can radiate heat back into the atmosphere. So nice, brief, and simple. Oh, sorry. So during the research portion of our project, my team and I, we found that there's a lot of rising temperatures. No surprise there. I think we all know that. But this chart here just shows temperature anomalies and what's projected to appear later on in the future. So we kind of got a pretty hefty idea that heat would be something that we would want to consider when it comes to building designs and how we're implementing these passive cooling systems to prevent any further energy consumption to mitigate these effects that are eventually going to happen. And so here, as mentioned before, there's a lot of different things that contribute to the urban heat island effect. So one of the biggest things is how the buildings are created and the surfaces. So usually the buildings, you'll have surfaces that will bounce light, and within parallel surfaces will radiate heat between back and forth, and just increasing the temperature overall in these city environments. And another big contributor as well that we found was the lack of vegetation, which through evapotranspiration can actually reduce temperatures and improve the state of being within these certain environments. As well, I didn't really cover this in my project, but ground as well
is another factor, depending on the type of material. Again, not really covered, but there's a lot of contributions that a lot of city environments have really focused on and decided to repeat a lot that have contributed to these rising temperatures in urban heat islands. So I just wanted to put a picture here just to illustrate that. So this is just a picture of a city, don't know where, don't ask, but essentially just showing kind of those parallel surfaces and how they're reflecting light, and it's no vegetation in sight, not a single speck of green, and essentially how these surfaces go up to the property line and just straight up to the air and just continually reflect that light sun rays back down into the earth. So that's one of the biggest things that I want to avoid in my project. So my approach is using 4 main systems. So a simple kind of system using a bit of water to be able to reduce temperatures in certain areas of my project. Solar chimneys, which would be able to ventilate some of the heat upwards and ventilate the heat upwards. Solar shading naturally to provide cool areas for people to rest or for people to use. So it's not like insane heat. And evapotranspiration, which as mentioned before, a lot of urban design have a lack of vegetation, which having or adding that into the project would be vital into trying to reduce these temperatures as well. So this is just a quick city layout of my building. Included in it, so you can see more or less the outlets, the layout of the building surrounding. So we're assuming a lot of buildings have the typical system when you have the blocks, you have the big giant buildings, straight surfaces, just to maximize that surface area, as mentioned before. And so my building really goes a different direction. And the reason why is I was looking into where the sun positions, and more or less, just to give you an idea of the area I was looking at, I was also looking at Mumbai, India as well, to get a better idea of it. So hot, humid climate. And so the sun, you can see in the summer solstice, is extremely high and extremely potent in the summer. And that's what I'm mainly focusing on. Yes, the winter solstice is a little relatively high, not as high, but not what I'm really considering in this project. So also just consider wind as well. So coming from the southeastern breezes. So just to quickly, I would like to mention as well. So in my project, if you can see the skin itself is in this exterior area, which you can see there's a bit of variation. So where it's just guardrail area, it's a lot more open. So that's where the sun is in the morning. So a lot less potent than whenever it goes more into the western afternoon sun. So in those areas, we have a lot taller guardrails to provide that shading in these interior spaces. All right, so just an accent on my drawing of the project, and just going a little bit into the structure and the different elements that compose this building. So my main focus, or the way I created the building, is I created 2 main bodies. One which will be fully enclosed, and the other which will have green space or areas to work outside. So something we've noticed a lot with COVID time is the need for a different type of working space. And also with the urban heat island effect, our island effects, is the need for more vegetation. So I wanted to create these spaces that were not enclosed and separate, and had the potential of being vegetated and an additional working space. So also just programmatically, I am doing an office space, so just to mention that. So structure as well, my building does not have a solid core. However, I'm using individual called columned cores. So essentially these apertures that go throughout the building are these, I don't want to call them light wells. They're not just light wells, but holes that go throughout the building and have columns surrounding them and providing structure throughout the building as well. And so just the columns as well. These are all the individual pieces. So this is my floor plan, my ground floor plan. So this area you can see the footprint itself, if you can guess which building is mine on the models, is a lot smaller than the very top of the building. And so the top of the building is usually just to maximize the office space, and minimizing the footprint at the very base, and allowing more space for green vegetative areas and even public use spaces. And also using water as well to create cooler environments at the very base. So this area is actually
goes down into the ground. Oh, there's circulation as well, sorry. Where you have two entrances to enter if you're an office worker real quick. So the elevators, up you go. And you have more leisurely areas again, open for public availability. And where you can access at the ground level, so it goes to an underneath level. Here you would be able to access it easily from the rest of the leisure paths and go either up the little lobby area, lobby stairs, or also access the elevators or the little stairs through the mini cores that go all the way. The cores at the very edges, they go all the way up from the top all the way to the bottom. So providing an ease of an escape route in case of an emergency. So this is a typical office floor plan. So like I mentioned before, I wanted to create the potential of space for an exterior area. So the orientation as well, just to mention, so all of this vegetative space faces the eastern side. And so like I was mentioning before, the guardrail that leads around has varying height to allow for shading in the where it's most needed. So when it's in the western areas, you have these railings that are a lot taller. Meanwhile, in the more eastern slash eastern northern side, sorry, you have a lot smaller railings to allow more light to pass through without intense heat. Again, easily pass through the elevators that are present here. And this is a section drawing close up of the office layout. You can see again, elevator that will pass through the office floors and the stairs that will stairs egress. And again, the balcony area that has that people could usually work outside of, and little conference section as well. And just wanted to show kind of the shading more or less and establish that in office spaces, especially considering what I'm trying to do in this case is mitigate urban heat islands and also the heating aspect of it. Even though I am trying to create a lot of shade, there would be plenty of light that would pass in through, obviously reflection of the light that will bounce through into the spaces as well. And also completely open window skin over here on this side, which will allow light to pass through as well. And so this is just the whole section. So you can see just the whole building, how it is, and the actual shape of it as well, mentioned before. And just going through a bit of the processes that I was trying to establish earlier, which include just kind of like letting breezes pass through as well to keep the areas cool. You have the solar chimney, which has these openings. So all these cores with the elevators are completely open from the top, allowing any type of ventilation to pass through entirely. And also this shading in the summer solstice, so it's most important. Also added an aperture in the balcony areas to allow little bits of light to pass through. So it's not completely dark in there either. However, it's not like fully open as well. However, you can see that it's completely shaded in these balcony areas. And then also in the winter solstice, you see a little bit more light penetrate through, but not as much. Still something you don't want, but still allows some light to penetrate into the building. And there's still space to allow that temperature to negate itself with the distance. And here also for the evapotranspiration, as mentioned before, adding these green spaces to allow more cooler spaces to allow cooling to happen. And again, all together is the passive cooling systems within the structure. This is a rendering for my building. And that's it.
Cycle back to kind of the overall axon or section. The section's good. Okay. Yeah, it's just us now. We don't have.
Yeah, no, I know. So this is a really cool and fascinating project. I find like, the layers that you're thinking of and the level of development really cool. It helps us to get rich deep. And so thank you. Job well done. Now I get to get more information. Okay. So you said this is one line, right?
idea is to kind of base the climate off of Mumbai. So there's no real exact location in what we're thinking of, so no context.
So I think the idea is saying hot.
So hot, humid. So yes.
Well, it doesn't say like, then when the sun predominantly comes from the north. That's not what it's saying. But okay, you're just saying it's a Mumbai climate on the northern hemisphere, right?
Yeah. Basically. I used the kind of the sun chart on Rhino. That's what I was basing it off of.
But maybe is a, I guess, if it's spaces, can it be, what is your system adjustable?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all a matter of orientation in that regard.
I'm talking about, I guess, the demarcations of your suction. That's, it feels like it's a question about depth and because you're playing with stuff.
No.
It's a demarcation of, it's a solar shading question. It's taking the section where you're drawing the lines of where the kind of overhangs are, where the systems are. Then about playing, depending on how, where you are in the road, and then about playing where those lines are in relation to the floor.
Yeah. So in that regard, yeah, the railing would be adjustable in that. So depending on where the sun is or where the sun would be more intense. I'm gonna just shift back to the rendering to kind of show. So if you can see here over there at the edge, you can see the railings go higher up to provide that shading, but still not block off that sun. And all these still function as railings. They're hidden all by the vegetation, but they go all the way up to protect people.
Yeah, so the other comment I say, like, okay, so some things sound great, but the sun shading elements here that you have coming up, beautiful and gesture as well, like, easy for the eye, but it does start to raise questions to me because if the southern sun is the sun, you know, southern sun is something that most easily mitigate and the problematic sun, the low line, eastern. Right, and so typically when we're dealing with the southern sun, we want to use more hall elements of the sun, predominantly coming from above. That's where it's going to be every time of day, every year. And it's the ones on the sides, like evening, morning, those are the ones that always cause trouble. We use vertical movers for that.
Yeah.
They don't even do that in the job. It's like so much movement, it just kind of gets in there around the point. So I do think at a point where you could start to apply some more of that rigor and logic. Oh, actually, this is where I need the verticals.
Yeah.
This is where I need the verticals. These are the angles I need to make. And allow that to inform you. Because I think a lot of this has information in it, and that's all good. It's good to have good information, but it's also good to like apply the rigor of the line. So like, I love the idea of these wells. Oh no, they actually start to, like, to start to apply some of the realism to it too. Like, okay, your egress stairs, out of this two lane, they need to be protected and enclosed, and then can you still make an enclosed egress stair with an open, inside of an open well? Like, it doesn't mean the open well, just does your stair become a large spiral stair, or is it a smaller egress stair? So like, there's, I think, a lot of questions where things start to get more kind of.
I was saying, go to a plan. So we can look at it.
And I love this section. Section is also fun. But those are some of my general.
I mean, I actually love your recognizing this kind of requirement. It was that's supposed to be, wanting to have generous. I mean, you have a full page outdoor space, which is, how you market that, because mostly you market for mission space.
Yeah.
Is, I guess, maybe I have a question about your evaporative inspiration portion of this, because I think you start playing it with shading, but don't you need sun to actually generate, for that for that system to actually work. And granted, yeah, I think maybe because you pushed it to the edge is why you've done it, but I do want, I'm assuming there's maybe some of that, like, well, you're controlling then where you can break your system to take for another system to take over. I think the good ground floor was really interesting to me. And I was actually taking mostly about your accessibility. And I'm wondering, well, I stop at the ground floor to provide handicap accessibility. I'm wondering, could you have created that diagram on all your levels? Can this be a fully rampable ramped space where you are, you're not so kind of regulated by the flat footprint? Because I think it's your outdoor living space. I think that can, I would, that's what I would want to move from spending some of the time. So I'm wondering if you start, maybe connecting those spaces exterior, not having to rely on interior staircases and elevators. So then that this path, this kind of winding, bending path, starts to get to go.
I'm so sorry, the air conditioner.
With one brand or one office holds like 3 levels, it's massive.
That's an interesting idea to think about that exterior space as maybe not needing to be just a continuation of the floor slab. You already have that kind of rhythm, ABAB, that maybe it's its own kind of accordion, kind of spiraling. I mean, it's kind of like, even formally, it's similar to the UN Studio, Mercedes, and Ford, but it's much, much taller. But just thinking about that continuous circulation as an outdoor experience, I mean, maybe the outdoor is actually not office amenity. Maybe that's a public park that's wrapping the whole side, and kind of, juxtapose public and private uses next to each other like that. It would be interesting to disassociate the circulation.
But very skilled up, like ground floor. Like you need the surfaces to heat and get very hot in or in consideration. You can say that is something really elevating up the main statements. The second is interesting aspect that you take passive cooling. Always come with experimenting with passive cooling that integrates the navigation. So what the previous comment was, like, it's very well because then you have those cold warm sequences over the building rather than saying down like sequencing this over the layers. In terms of your scale, it's not like a but I would plus the your project we get inspired early subjects like in other dimensions. This is your like we're trying to go on 2-dimensional plan because 2-dimensional is one story. That's I think you could have or have a 3rd-dimensional. And the core systems, what is the creation of the mark?
Water. So essentially
The water.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Glance over that. So it's essentially additionally helping that solar chimney. So those floors, like I said, they go from the very base all the way to the very top, and it's just to promote like that cooling and the
water. Because I think in order to have plus and minus, not plus minus, but temperature differences, cold warm sequences. Very cold, combining like or something else. Yes, I just meant it. Not seeing it going through all
Well, we have it's like ground level water.
Yes.
Maybe add
It's just the ground, okay. And like sometimes crowds more was experimenting, I know from the book in the library, like implementing waters and like take from particular hot climate region areas. Like there are, I'm talking a bit about low tech and public cooling systems in terms of using water. Probably space as a vertical element, horizontal element. And I think the ingredients are very interesting, like the very interesting parts. Maybe like with the potential in design in space. Yes,
Like, there's a lot of water, it's also close to the well to create that. Like other places, and that becomes the main water body, that's also helping.
Question, so on these, is this like a spiral staircase?
Yeah.
Like that, like just pulling the egress, the vertical circulation like out of those voids. It seems like that's such a small chamber for any conveyance, and then they just have the elevator bank and what could be a very like beautiful experiential thing to look down at. If we did intermittently, tap that and then there's a pool like suspended up, it just, I don't know, let's just bring in circulation and let it just be through the slab and then let those actually be moments instead of, but I don't know, it just seems like you end up blocking a lot of potential airflow by putting the circulation in there.
the main reason I did that was for the purposes of fire safety standards. So considering that it has to be in case from previous teachings, that's the main reason why it was in case and having the circulation be inside.
Yeah, then like you're putting yourself into a form, right? Like, boom, and it has to be like 2-hour fire, it's like a solid wall.
If it's a case, then you can never see it, and then the air can't get into it. So yeah, I wonder.
One is the fire escape, we got it,
Right,
and it's there,
and all the social
but then the other, you speak about the other. Public, semi-public, or maybe co-working or park line, we talk about that.
I think if the like full scale circulation is pulled out of it, it would be interesting if there were actually just to get from, through 3 layers of floors, just a social staircase that kind of threads through. It's more experiential, just a bridge. If somebody takes 3 floors, it just pierces through to connect a multi-floor unit, which would be really cool to have these kind of flying staircases, just bridging a few floors, not continuously people have.
So I think we occupy, live in this section. Right? So this section of the close up section. I think that's what's exciting. Kevin's talking about there that moves through the section. It's probably for architects the most exciting. All the time. And they call that word architecture students. Walk up the stairs of all these, they hate it there. But so I think that's what kind of experience is what section. But I think I would say rigors again coming back as a theme, applying the rigor of like your hypothesis, pulling on stack effect. How far can that really go? Can that go up 90 stories? Can it go up 9 stories? Can it go up 3 stories? If it does, then that makes a decision. Like if it's going to make 5 stories, and every 5th story has to have another. Then what you can do there is meditate and sit on a single solitary stone in the middle of a beautiful, and then you do it again. Like right now, shop architect just designed a tower in Australia, and it's a timber tower, but it's not. It's like I think it's like 40 stories tall. You can't build a timber tower that tall.
So it's actually 3 timber towers inside a steel superstructure. I mean, that's what I mean. There's a rigor of thought. It's like totally mind-blowing progress, absolutely fantastic. It's a skyscraper. It's applying the rigor of thought of systems that you're engaging in to try to mitigate the problem in this case. So, I think that to everybody, that's the kind of, that's the thesis of the studio. Is like, how can you take a system that people want responsive and apply that logic to where does it fail? You have a lot of nice customers, it is lacking some of that.
I mean, it would be
I don't know
so,
the answer, right?
but it would be so amazing if you are coming through the elevator and you actually pass through an inaccessible floor that's just water, and you're just like, and you say, wait, what was that? And that's just like the mid tower, you know. addition. Yeah, just like a flooded floor, and you're like, wait, can we go back? Like, nope, I can't see.
I mean, this is not a crazy concept, like old towers had this, you look at them, the image you said earlier, Chicago, look at a lot of those towers. Intermittently, level of lucracy, that's the whole mechanical level, this is a chunk of the tower. That you need to break it up.
Oh, but you know, the Cedar Taylor, the south of Central Park, the big square grid number. That's like, it's a five, it's huge mechanical layers. Yeah. I mean, there is a whole other layer, is any of this conditioned? It's all passable.
Is this all passive?
Yeah.
The
Yes.
interior traffic, the interior has air conditioning. So those 2 sections that I showed earlier, that interior body is gonna have air conditioning.
So there is like an opportunity for these mid levels where your condensers are to feed back into more evaporation. Like it could feed itself a bit. If, you know, you're probably generating condensate through the conditioning part. That could come back here. I think we should move to the next one. Or any final comments?
I have one.
Okay, go for it. Sorry.
I want to mention your ground floor, I called them out, maybe website, and there's something very appropriate, the terracing down, kind of, you know, leveling. Where it look at this piercing the ground, and see it's marked. And you have to walk up to it. I don't know if you need to talk about it, you can talk about the penthouse loans and what that's doing, or why it's there, or it's kind of a mystery. And formally, it's great, but I don't know why, what is the top.
The top. So the top part was essentially just the interior going a little bit further up, so actually having access to all the daylight. So essentially, the idea was to have it be either executive suite or possibly a hotel space. They didn't really design them out, or actually go too much detail to them. They didn't really show them on the.
There's a danger, I think, for me, that like, so you create a really detailed, thought at the bottom part of this thing. Whatever it's on top. If I would support that, or because of danger of contradicting.
There's let me go to the section really quickly. So there is a small section or an area up to the very top where all the mechanical things would technically be located. So that's completely open and double heighted. And the other 3 floors were originally designated to hotel spaces.
So there's nothing to indicate what exactly.
I think
because that is the one that is
was light. So it's called- You're saying this is
Or it's an opportunity to think, like, what can take advantage of full sun irradiation? Maybe it's a different program besides a decorators.
Well, become weird.
Instead of greenhouse up there, instead of saying at the very top, it's very opaque, it's actually like charging the solar chimney to pull it up. The top maybe wants to be pulling it in a beehive. So I think there's opportunity.
That makes perfect sense for executive. It's at the top level, if you want to get the best views, so it makes sense, but.
Reinforce that. By the way. We joked a little bit about, trying to.
We are, that's thinking here.
Yeah.
That's because I think it's because when you share your documentation, your explanation, that we can get to this stuff.
Definitely something I don't think I considered at the very top. I just gave it a title because I was like, commonly skyscrapers at the top, you would have executive floors. But honestly, with the question, what wants to be hot is the question I didn't ask myself, and that's something I really want to do.
All right, with that, let's go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, can you take off the last one?
So hi, my name's Case, and in this project, I focused on solar ecology, and specifically how passive versus active energy is interplayed within like building forms, and how rising temperatures are increasing active energy use, and then what kind of forms can we create to mitigate moving away from active energy use. And so I focus on self-shading geometry in building forms to mitigate those added expenses that come with active energy use. Looking at the globe, I focused on hot and dry regions, and then specifically this area, the Middle East and North Africa region. Looking at data just to see how temperatures have been rising over the years, and specifically how the world compares to these hot and dry regions where it's significantly higher in temperature. Looking at this chart over here, the more hotter months throughout the year are from May to September. And that's where my form is focused on. So my thesis is that buildings with solar shading geometry work for themselves rather than relying on mechanical systems formulated into energy and cost-efficient structures. These buildings utilize passive cooling by orienting with regional sun angles, so I focus more on the local ecology. These buildings minimize structural heat gain to maintain comfortable interior environments. And then so finding the form, I looked at just like the basic rectangular prism. And then from there, I had to focus more on local sun positioning. So I took the more critical sun angles of the south facade and focused on populating this form with cantilevers that would shade vertically onto that interior form. And then from there, I extruded voids in the northern facade because that face doesn't get much direct solar light. And so instead, I'd rather take out the forms and put more out. Looking at program, the interior tower is mostly residential. The exterior cantilevers are productive vertical farms that would, again, like work for the building instead of just serving as like a form that just sits there and like shades the interior tower, so it starts working for the building itself. And then some social spaces, so at the ground level, there's public, and then more private, like residential amenities throughout the building. These are just overlaid together to see how they interact. This is a ground floor plan. So again, that's a public space. I populated it as a grocery store for the community. And since it's a residential building, I thought that it would work well with the program. There's a void space at the north part. So again, focusing on that void language on the northern area of the building and the site itself. This is a typical level floor plan. The bottom left cantilever is the vertical farms, while the top area right here is like that social space, amenities. A longitudinal section that shows the interaction between the core and then the void spaces and the interior residential units. A transverse section that again shows that core and in unit interaction, and then further shows that angle that I took on the cantilevers, and then how the north and the south facade contrast each other. And then some operational diagrams to show how these cantilevers shade the building itself. So this is 10 a.m., like the averages of from May to August, which are like the hotter months of the region and in general. The average sun altitude from 12 p.m., 2 p.m., and then 4 p.m., which also considers how the other buildings in the city itself interact with my project. This is a rendering of those productive spaces, the vertical farms that serve also as a social space and work in both social and economical purposes. This is an exterior rendering of those productive spaces again, and seeing how they interact with the inner building and how they shade those spaces. That's
looks like an overall drawing execution. This is looking north.
yes.
And then the next section is
Looking
south to the left.
so looking north.
Looking west.
I think the project's come a long way from where we were last time without abandoning some of the things we were trying to do last time. So I want to thank you on that. I think that making those southern cantilevers into community gardens or farms is a really cool idea. It's a real branding to the residential tower, and also serves to like give a justification to the cantilevers that you're trying to do. The only thing I wonder about is why do they have roofs on? Like, why aren't they just like floor plates cantilevered out? Because they're getting shade from the like right now. Like if you go to the you have some diagram section. So, yeah, so any one of these, it shows that like if that's not what you want in your agricultural or garden condition, you want that shading element not there, so you can maximize sunlight to that surface and then shade below it, right? And provide shade to the residential units. So you don't
I think that it should be maybe suspended greenhouses, really. Because you're gonna have to put artificial lights now.
Right.
Because of shading.
Right. And I saw there's some trellis in there, but I just wonder if it's even more open to the natural sunlight. Let's let nature do its thing and then we'll mitigate it where it's problematic. We did realize that it's a small and it's
it's just a lot smaller, people are like, oh, this is not gonna let sunlight, you need some light here, and we don't. Yeah, to a section or at the roof or something. If we want that. You just have, no, rain, everything, all the elements there, right?
And I think structurally, you could still, I mean, you'd still need probably the big side truss, and you would still imply the full geometry, because especially on, you know, we see in the background of the stacked vertical farm, like, it wouldn't just be a slab out there, and then those would need their own, so they could tie into this cage of a structure. So yeah, I think you would still read volumetrically the, you know, that full size, but yeah, I don't think it has a roof to it.
I also think you can go to the Axon, where you have the solar, sun, cantilevers and everything. I actually think of that, yeah, like you're cantilevering more at the top, but I don't think that that's necessarily the case, right? This solar cone is actually assuming a shadow with some kind of edge here that creates shadow then to there. Really, every time you add an element, so again, I create, therefore, causation of effect, and therefore I have to react to that. What you really want to be doing is measuring the solar angle just from the edge of the cantilever you create. So you could actually have more consistent, regular, more realistically sized cantilevers, and then that determines like how many levels apart they are, as opposed to like getting deeper and deeper and deeper to go up, because you're actually just creating too much shade now. You just be like, oh, they're going to cantilever out 15 feet, just dramatic, right? And then like, oh, now clear for 4 levels, and I use another 15 clear for 4 levels. That kind of thing. So, again, these are like those ideas like rigor. What is it that I'm actually trying to solve? I'm trying to solve shade of creation, or the shade of the neighbor, or the sun, or the king. Like those are all related to sunlight, about the same thing, the same problem, the same.
It's almost like you need the shadow layer on in your model and place one at a time and see, you know, I think maybe half of those extrusions would give kind of full self-shading, or I don't know what it would be, but it'd be interesting to kind of build this up as a sequence diagram, because you probably find that, you know, especially over here, like this area is being shaded by 7 different volumes at this point. So at least we're getting kind of very top down, but it'd be interesting just to kind of build it up piecemeal and see how few of them you can really achieve the shading.
Looks like experiment different times, contrast-based light and shadow, balcony system, affordable living, and the front of the but the client, it reminds me like the system he was switching the logic of light and shadow like every second, light and shadow, but then in the relationship of those. Well, this purpose is for the low-tech ventilation that prevents and sequences of temperature that is but a lot about the project that it's not just a balcony system for people who live there. It's actually services such as agricultural elements. And I think just like I think you could explore, I see a potential. Not only having the terraces, but I understand the system. This is just the default for about the project. But it impresses me that the residential can also be part of this system in itself of the house and of the view. But as I said, in a multiple ways, this all play, the play of the contrasts, left and right. To have a relationship between these students, it's a very nice game, I think. Like to try to establish and design research, design how you apply, will then do light and shadow, yes, the contrast of each. And I think it does also, which you don't have it here, but openings in a large areas to actually incorporate the most which is also nice. In the last rendering you had, so you kind of, you open the top of the terrace in order to get the light, like from this human perspective, you show us, like human perspective. Like here, this additional opening, and that the light is a lot in subdivision. I think it has a potential to be also in a facade of the housing or living. Yes. Maybe switching the further down as a deeper system, further on to continue that system. What we wanted to need to show us that having high-tech elements, both that, you know,
I thought that one way I was trying to figure out what the system is driving. It seems like it's it really is about kind of the occupants. Where I don't know. I don't think you mentioned whether or not these volumes are industrial or agricultural, meaning it's a community or it's a private. And then now there's a scale of this cantilever versus those balcony cantilever. And what is, it seems like that's private and this is more public. But then is it public to the units kind of within the block, or is it public to the building? Is it public to the city, or to the neighborhood, or what is that? And then going, then perhaps it is that filtration kind of like has to be a, my space, not my front and my balcony, our terrace, the neighborhood's market. Like, is that a thread of this the story of this tower is, which essentially is, I'm trying to connect, I guess, like what the system is. It's beyond shading. Because it seems like the project has this layer of community that you're not speaking about. It's in the background. But I think it's an interesting question about ownership and pride. I'm not sure. We may be very off topic of what the prompt of the studio is, but I think those are just as kind of valid systems that, beyond energy production or water retention or whatever, that essentially, if you do mean it as a community, a place that's it's driven by community, then my depends in decisions about materiality and locations of kind of placement of furniture or or all these other things, it becomes organic. You are getting afraid of this thing. Perhaps that's your role. It's how much control do I give them, how much control do I keep for myself. So there's potential here that and I think there's more I guess more to develop, and that's maybe out of your hands as far as what the color of this thing is, what the textures of this thing is, or even if it's planted in these things, which I'd like to. I'm interested to know more about it, and I wonder if when you document this before your book, if you start talking about a little bit about the art, I guess, of this project, beyond kind of the science.
Yeah, I think we talked about this is revealing.
I mean, even I just noticed that someone has like laundry hanging out the document, like stuff like that. It's like that's what's going to happen. Yeah,
You do like That's quite strong. That was right on. Multiple scales and.
One thing that is I find compelling about the project is, I mean, I think fan favorite shops, porterhouse building where they bought air rights to cantilever more condos. This is interesting to think about. Like, what if you obtained air rights to make a community space or to make a productive landscape and like take advantage of volume that isn't being utilized? So I kind of like that aspect of arguably like a pretty expensive endeavor not being just to monetize. And I also really like the decision of the two types of productive spaces, this more kind of people-focused productive community garden, but then also in the background, the higher production vertical farm. But what I wonder is I think the treatment of the residential volume within this feels appropriate because there's layers of privacy, the apertures of size, and people are going to be, even if they're from your building here and looking into your unit. But I wonder to what level there's an opportunity to treat the envelope within the farming area differently, because that's going to be more dense and have less access to light. But presumably it's going to have the same amount of intrusion as like window washers. That there's someone who's going to come in and subtly be maintaining those, or maybe it's even robotic, who knows, but to the extent that you could really open up the porosity that looks into that. So when you're within your unit there, you're like looking onto a vertical, filtered wall of vegetation. So I wonder, because there's two different volumetric types, community and productive high output, that maybe there are two different treatments as those volumes intersect with your residential prison, because I think experientially they're different and occupationally they're different in terms of who's going to be in there. So there's a question around too.
I think the takeaway from the last couple of comments is that, architecture is incredibly complex. Just because you're tasked with making a tower that's not purely to only go on the wall, doesn't mean you talk about some other things. Immediately cascade with other ecological. And also there's a social element to it. And then also there's context. Plus you're creating context. So like it's easy for us to like think of that we're reducing architecture sometimes, down sometimes, simple thought, simple idea. But the truth is we're all kind of operating on a million different touch points, conceptual level. And the more you can think about these things and layer them, the richer your project become, and the more kind of layered you will become as a right? That's kind of the goal. Okay, now you thought about this big move, but now when I'm looking out, how does it feel? When I'm looking in, what's that experience? How does it like? I created a problem now. How do I solve that problem without throwing away the solution I came up with before? So like you're always going to be playing with these levers, trying to find where they all come in harmony.
With that, we'll wrap it up. Thanks, guys. I think and I appreciate everyone's comments. Having just general or just the exploration.
Yeah,
Feel free if not, happy to call to appreciate it.
Well, you can make comments to our. Your team are the worst.
Hooray! Yeah, I think, I mean, when you were in studio, I was like.
What I was gonna say is like, no matter, I mean, everyone received criticism, and that's kind of our role, right? Our role and our job here, if we were like, great job, thanks, you know? So, and it's also worth noting that, you guys were given an incredibly large. Because we're given an incredibly large task, planning a tower, small feat, even at the academic level of the studio, right? Like, it's just like a lot of building. It's like, you have to think about things in a small way that become very large, and suddenly you find yourself stuck on problems that are really difficult to solve, you didn't even get to solve. And we come in and realize, think about the ground, you know, stuff like that. So I just want to commend all of you for, you know, taking a bite out of this. It's a very cool typology that's, I think, frequently misunderstood, and has a lot of, there's a very heavy presence in our future as human beings occupying the earth. Vertical architecture is a big part of the future of architecture. I think it's cool that you guys have challenges this class. And well done. Thanks for having. Sorry.
To see the projects, visually, the studio, the students, the instructors, great work. I love. I really like to see the each of those projects to show something else. Really love. I think the speculative design, the speculations and multiple dimensions. That was interesting. I think school is a lot to study, but to experiment. I really love the speculations. Take advantage of this very realistic building. I have seen by myself before. I really like the gap and the area. Maybe sometimes even unfinished or something or unseen or something. Kind of never have done before or haven't done before. So I think and I'm always just like trying to catch your ideas and stories in a multiple ways what inspires us. So I hope like that this conversation for you like brings new force for further projects. We don't have the year speculative designs to it's a very interesting video for future. In 2 years, things are changing so drastically. Unexpected minus and pluses everywhere on this paper. So it's a very nice subject to pick up to experiment with. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. I think one comment is that I think I was quite impressed with seeing the development from the midterms that I was able to see in these projects. You could see reactions to the comments that you were getting and the other comments that came up as you were developing those further and onto those. So that was very encouraging to see how far the project's came. The studio itself, I think they were all very thoughtful of not just what a tower could be, but a relationship, what the prompt was, juggling all of the different, probably the biggest building you've ever had to design today, and the most complex in a lot of ways. Going on top of that, we added prompts to solve climate change. All of those things are quite hard to do. going forward, all those things that you I think the next thing to start to work into these concepts is the relationship of how that makes the person in the building, how they respond to that, and what is it, not just what is it like to look at the rendering, but what does it exactly, how does it? I think that will, if you're able to work that as a foil every time you make a decision, you get to a milestone, kind of look at that. How would it be to actually live in the space now that I know these formal science studies or calculations? What effect would that have as me sitting there? And with time, and again, I think that will help smooth out some of the questions of a lot of the justifications of drawings that move the diagram can't quite deliver a diagram with that description of like some of the renderings as well. Go along with the time.
Open the room, I think, is like developers and when you guys, the company goes in the office, that's the person right there. And those are the, I feel like, if you were to bring forward, selling the project. Answer this question, that could be somebody think for something. So you can, I would try to answer this question, but so that strengthen this is this is what so yeah. All right, well, we'll stick around, we're going to talk about after, but thank you so much for joining and comments. Appreciate it very much. Sorry.